Welcome back, everyone. I cannot believe we finally come to the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Spring 2023 season. It's been a grueling 3-4 weeks now here for all of these teams who are participating here in our finals, and it's finally time to crown our champions, our kings of NA. Not to mention the 5 teams will be going on to represent us in the regional finals, kicking off later on in this year with teams from Brazil, with teams from Latin America. It's only going to get more tough from here, and that's why I got a man to my side to help me break everything down. Well, a man, a boy, he's everything I need him to be at any given moment. Seven Worlds Gaming here to join me back on the desk. How you doing, my brother?
Definitely a man. Definitely, man. Just a short man, but it still counts. All right, sometimes I get confused with kids, and that's why I decided to grow a beard, because that needed to stop. And I'm doing great, bro. How are you doing? You're looking good, by the way.
You know, got a little tan on today. Went and go planted some seeds. I'm excited, man, for what spring and summer's about to bring. Not to mention the regionals, PMWI, another season of PMPL, and of course, PMGC at the end of the year, man. It's going to be a crazy year of PUBG Mobile, but it's already been a crazy Final 7. We've had 2 days already out of our 3, and there's been so many memorable matches. I honestly don't know what to say. I feel like we need to take Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, and make it like our Monster Energy play of the day, because I think Nate in particular deserved it yesterday.
As soon as you said that, that's the first thing that came to mind. What Nate was able to do at the beginning of the day yesterday in one match when everybody was counting him out, I have to put myself in that list too, because I didn't think he was going to be able to do anything after a certain point. That man was able to clutch it up in a big way for his team, and kind of sparked them team up, because it wasn't just Nate at the end. Everybody from the Panthers did step up their gameplay.
Hey, let's actually see where the Panthers currently do rank. And if you missed out on yesterday's action again, you have to go back and watch these games, because they've been nothing short of brilliant. We can see Hyper in first place, YKG currently in second. You take away those bonus points, and they're not there anymore. They're not even in our top 6 if you take away those bonus points. That's how well teams like Puppeteers, the Panthers, Dope Slayers, even the Chosen have been playing here so far in these finals.
They really have it. I mean, the big surprises, we have to talk about them. Puppeteers, they had an insane day 1. Yesterday, they did start to fall off, but it's good to see that they kind of went back to what helped them out in day 1, which was Vikendi. They ended up winning Vikendi. They didn't have the performances that we saw in the first day in Miramar, but it's good to see that they are at least performing in just one of those matches. 121 points for them. They're definitely within that striking distance. We'll talk about them a little bit more here, and I'm going to go down even more. I'm going to go down to MEZEXIS, because MEZEXIS, I feel like, alongside with Execute, I feel like these two teams have been a bit of a disappointing in regards to their expected performance here for the finals. And I would be surprised if these two teams don't show up today here on the final day and try to make a push there towards that top 5, especially with the Chosen and Dub Slayers currently performing actually pretty good, I would say, Jason.
It's tough, right? Because you have these 2 little battles happening. If we can keep it here on this page for a second, you got that battle for Kings of NA in first place, with 7 points separating first from third, 10 or 11 points separating from first to fourth. It is insanely close right now, and honestly, we're not sure who's going to be the champion. But then 7, you have that battle for top 5, which Dope Slayers is currently that cutoff at 110. But the Chosen, MEZEXIS, Execute, these are teams who are in range to pass these teams like Dope, like potentially Panthers. Honestly, the spread is so close between these teams that I'm actually really happy to see how these finals have played out.
I am too, and I mean, you're talking about Execute. Let's talk about Execute a little bit more. I feel like they haven't really shown up since the first match. Yeah. The first match in day 1.
Okay, yeah.
Where they ended up with a win. Where they ended up with a win in 14 elims. We haven't really seen them be anywhere near the top 5 or even top 3, or be able to get a lot of eliminations. So I'm wanting to see Execute come out today. And now we're looking at the second page here. And I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think any of these teams is going to try to strike for that top 5. But then it becomes the thing of, you're going to have all these teams trying to make some kind of highlight, some kind of statement against the teams that are currently fighting for that championship, that are currently fighting for that top 5. We're seeing teams being able to hot drop each other. I don't know if it's going to happen right away in the first match, but I think later in the day, when everybody realizes, okay, you know what, might as well just fully send it, I think the teams are going to be trying to hot drop, or at least chase or hunt down some of the teams that need those points to get to top 5, or even try to get that championship.
That's the thing, right, is that you don't really know what's going to happen with these bottom teams, but the numbers you need to keep in mind If you can get to 12th place, if you're below that, you go up an extra $500 in your pocket. If you get to 8th place from there, you get another $500 in your pocket. There's still money to be won for these teams, and it is still so close between them that honestly, you have one good match, you could potentially jump up into another bracket of the prize pool. So it's going to be tough. Yeah, you can see all the breakdowns here. It's going to be hard, but I think the most difficult part is how sporadic these teams might act. I don't know if there's a way of predicting of how they're going to play here, Seven, knowing that, like, hey, well, you know, we got nothing to lose, right? Maybe we get extra $500, maybe we don't. Let's just get a little crazy. And when you see teams start playing a little bit crazy, that's when things get even more difficult towards the top.
Yeah, talking about crazy, I mean, let's go back to what Nate did yesterday. That's a standout moment. We saw there is a prize for that type of moment. So I would be surprised if somebody doesn't see that from Nate yesterday and goes like, you know what? I maybe want to try to do something to stand out. I want to try to get those extras $500 if I'm not going to be going to Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Honestly, you kind of wonder what would have happened if he doesn't clutch that out. Would that spark have kind of faded, and would the Panthers be nowhere near where they currently are? But my question is, Seven, is are we going to see that again today? Are we going to see an individual moment of brilliance out of any player? I mean, because we have quite a few of them.
I think we will. But let's go to this first, right? We have Dong. By the way, this is Dong performance from day one in the finals, and that obviously it's an 8 performance from yesterday. What he was able to do, you can see 22 eliminations, 19 eliminations, both being able to get MVP. But the factor that you keep mentioning that I love that you brought up too is that they were able to bring up the gameplay, bring up the morale of their teams, and the team, their players also start performing really well. So you know what? I'm actually going to push away a little bit from Dong and Nate there because I want to talk about 2 other players that might be able to put up good performances like this. And that's going to be Fate from Execute and Anying from The Chosen, because I feel like those 2 players have the capability to actually put up great performances here in the finals, and we have seen them do it throughout the actual league stage of this PMPL NA, where we really haven't seen them in the finals, right? Let me talk about Fate a little bit more. Day 1 of the finals, 7 Illims, 1500 damage. Day 2, only 3 Illims, 600 damage. And then you go over to Anying, The Chosen. Day 1, 6 Illims. Day 2, only 4 Illims. I feel like they are bound to have a good performance, and why not make it here in the final day of the finals? And if you can start up with some great points and kickstart your teammate too, which we have seen what The Chosen can do, we have seen what Execute can do when everything goes to plan according to them, to their game style, I think they can definitely push to that top 5.
Well, I mean, like, I think the perfect example, right? You look at Nate, he gets that pop-off game, and then Chronix, who, again, this isn't to mean any BM or anything towards him. He was the one player on the team underperforming compared to everyone else. And then he stepped up to be, like, the most dominant player on the team in yesterday's action. So, you know what? We don't know what's going to happen today, but there's only one way to find out, and we have to get to our matches, but not before we talk about our championship contenders here. Now, we're going to take a look at another bar graph here on PMPL NA. We love bar graphs because, you know what? They tell so much information, so much good information. And this is the average points per game from day 1 compared to day 2 for these teams. Obviously, the big thing you have to talk about here is a drop-off, and Hyper and Puppeteer. But in Puppeteer's case, kind of hard to replicate an almost 14 points per game average over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, I think none of us expected them to try to maintain that 13.8 out of Puppeteers, but it's good to see that they did just enough, right? YKG and Hyper allowed them to do just enough where they can actually be there within the hunt for that championship. Now let's talk about a big drop-off that actually surprised me, and that was that Hyper drop-off, a team that has been so consistent. I mean, going back to yesterday at the beginning of the show, we were looking at the stats between league stage and the first day of the finals. They were pretty much identical, and this is a big question mark for Hyper here. What's going on? I don't think they're going to be cracking under the pressure. I don't think that's what's going to happen today. I think things might have not gone according to plan. I do expect to see Hyper and YKG come to play today, come to show their style that we're used to. I want to see what Joey's going to be doing out of YKG. And then last but not least, you can see the Panthers being able there to bring up the gameplay. Yes, they're talking about Nate, talking about Chronix, talking about what everybody was able to do. But what's going to happen on that first game? What's going to happen if you do end up losing Nate? That's not going to give you that big morale boost. What's going to happen if Chronix doesn't perform like they did yesterday? How is that team going to respond? And that's the big question mark with the Panthers.
So you know what's so funny, Seven? I'm kind of like torn when I look at these 4 teams because I want to see Hyper and YKG tank it, only for the reason of you said you see no world where one of those 2 teams doesn't win, and I want to see you be wrong. But at the same time, if I were to compare those 2 teams against Puppeteers and Panthers, I would say Hyper and YKG have a better chance of succeeding when it comes to the regionals than Panthers and Puppeteers from what we've seen in league play, right? The consistency over the course of those 3 weeks, I think, speaks volumes about how good of these teams they are. But you know what? I'm torn, right? I kind of want you to be wrong, but I kind of want the best representatives when we get into the regionals. Let's take a look, though, at, again, another one of our really important maps when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It's Erangel, right? It's going to be your most played map in almost every single tournament. In League play, we played it twice a day. In Finals, we still play it twice a day, but we also get double Miramars. And we're seeing how the performances have been so far here in the Finals for these teams. And the weird thing for me is, like, to see, I mean, YKG and Hyper be this low, like quote unquote
not to the
low.
left.
Yeah, I expect them to be like a little bit more towards the front, with again like how league play was. But to see this many teams performing on Erangel is actually really cool.
It is really cool, especially with Dope Slayers and the Chosen. I mean, we talk about the Panther just enough. There's really not much to say else about them besides it's not gonna perform. But going to Dope Slayers, I mean, this is a team that actually had yesterday one of their worst performances if we compare day 1 and day 2. By just, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was by like just 4 points. So it's good to see that Dope Slayers is being consistent, and that Erangel, a map that we do end up playing twice today, they're currently performing really well. And then the Chosen, I was mentioning Anying, I was mentioning a player that can definitely pop off. If this team can continue to perform really well in Erangel, and if they can maybe bring that kind of performance, whether it's in a Miramar, whether it's in Vikendi or Sanhok, this could give them the right amount of points to push for that top 5. And we have seen it before, Jason. It can come down to just 1 point that separates 5th place and 6th place. Sometimes even a tie. We have to go to a tiebreaker. So hopefully they come in on fire, because if not, all the other teams. I'm just scared about the second page of the overall. I'm scared to see who's going to be surprising us today, because there's definitely going to be a surprise.
Well, you know, we'll actually get things going here shortly as we take a look at the schedule, what's coming up today, and it should be the exact same map order that we had the last 2 days. So we got our double Erangels at the beginning and, of course, the end. Our 2 Miramars as our second and penultimate match, and of course Sanhok and Vikendi in the middle. If I'm not mistaken, we've had Puppeteers win Vikendi every single time so far here in the finals. I'm curious if we're going to have that carry over yet again into today, because that would be exactly what they need to catch up. But man, 7, like we talked about, in week play or in league play, you know, you have matches off, you play 4 matches a day. Here you have to play that marathon of 6 matches. But I think the most difficult part is, like, yeah, you're playing 6 matches, but you're playing 6 matches on the final day of the finals. Like, the amount of focus you have to maintain through every single match here is exhausting. I hope they have the coffee. I hope they have some monsters, something to keep them focused here, because it does not get easier whatsoever from each match. If you're Hyper and you underperform the first game, guess what? You're not going to be first place at the end of that match anymore, because I'm almost sure that we're going to see a team pass you. And to have that pressure on your shoulders, I think is where we're going to really start to see which teams can handle this pressure and which teams can't.
Yeah, something that we've been talking about is fatigue, especially when we get to the end of the day. And that's something that happened in a very, very big way to the top 3 teams yesterday. If I look at Hyper, 12 plays, only 2 ilms. YKG, 10th place, only 1 ilm. And then Puppeteers, 14th place, 1 ilm. So you can see whether it was fatigue or things might not work out for them. You can't allow that to happen here on the final day. That just cannot happen. And I hope that they kind of pace to the pressure that they're going to be feeling, because for Puppeteers, I mean, at least for Hyper, you know what? They've been here. Some of those players have been here. They know what to expect. Same with YKG. For Puppeteers, this is the first time that they're going to be feeling this kind of pressure on the final day, where a lot is at stake, whether you can move on to Americas or not, or where you can maybe be crowned an NA champion, and then your whole career is going to end up taking off even more. Hopefully they can handle the pressure. Hopefully they can handle the anxiety that they're going to be getting when they get into those 1v1s. And for Puppeteer, by the way, for Puppeteer, I do hope they end up rotating a little bit sooner, because it worked out yesterday for them.
Okay, we don't get to rotate away from this here and talk about socials for you guys who are watching at home. Make sure you guys hit up all of our social media channels, whether it's us here on the show or, of course, PUBG Mobile Esports as well. And obviously, if you ever do post about the show, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA, and you can get yourself shown here on the show. Though, and again, it is the last day, so you kind of ran out of time. But if you did, that's kind of your fault for not doing it before. To be honest, I'm not gonna, make it easy for you guys. We do actually have one post we want to show today, and I believe this one's coming in out of Rin. Very talented artist. Actually was commissioned to draw these pictures of the Hyper players, and I think it came out flawless.
That looks so cool. I might have to give Rin a call. That looks really, really cool. Thanks for using the hashtag PMPL NA, by the way, Rin.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, you got to use the hashtag PMPL.
Yeah, we wouldn't have seen it other way.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure you guys do all of that for us, and we can obviously show you on the show. But I think today, I think it might be closing. So if anything you've learned from this lesson of make sure next season or in the regionals, you guys do fill that out as much as possible. And you guys also, while you're filling that out, make sure you fill out a survey here to give your feedback on the show. I'm not going to say anything mean this time to Seven or anything nice to anyone. Just make sure to fill it out because we'd love to hear you guys' feedback to make the shows better. And then also to help you guys maybe make yourself play better. We have that PMPL crate still going on until the 30th of April, so make sure you guys check that out and pick it up as soon as possible. And then we still have UC to be giving away today. There's many ways you can win it. As long as you're focused on the screens, you're watching at the right time, maybe a code will pop up. And that's exactly when you're going to enter one of these bad boys here and maybe use it towards a PMPL crate as Seven. He has to step down from his box. He has to pick up his phone from wherever it is and try to enter it quickly. Or maybe he's in the bathroom. I don't know. Oh, hey, you're back. Hey, what's up?
Nah. I just don't have the best luck trying to get those codes. I keep being hunted by that one guy on Twitter that just keeps tagging me like, hey, I got 3 out of 5 today.
Yeah, why didn't you get any 7? What's going on? Well, to be fair, we also could cheat since we see this a little bit earlier than the stream does. But, you know, we're nice here. We don't like to cheat. We don't like to steal things away from you guys. We like to give you guys freebies. Just like Seven, if you hit him up over on Instagram and Twitter, he's going to give you a UC as well.
Yeah, make sure you follow this man on Instagram because you're going to be seeing him blow some balloons up. And it looks great technique. Great technique. Right, Jason?
Yeah, it's a very annoying sound.
It really is.
I believe it's time to head to casters, right? I believe it's time to get this first match ready. Or is it not, Seven? You tell me. I'll let you control the pace of the show.
You know what? I think it is. I'm intrigued. Not yet. Oh, man. Come on.
I heard the producer say no, and then you're like, yes. I'm like, wow, this is weird. What's happening?
Crush, because I'm intrigued to see what players and what teams Hot Jukes and Suti are going to be picking as well. That they think that they might end up surprising us today, whether it's pushing for that top 5,
you know what?
Or the teams on the second page where they might just end up hunting some of the other teams, making it difficult for the teams at the top.
What if we test production here? What if we have a conversation with the casters back and forth? Maybe that'd be a good idea. We haven't been able to do that on the show. Is that good production? I don't even get a chance to answer. Okay, no, actually, they did answer, and they answered really quickly and very angrily. So we won't do that. But what we will do is we're gonna toss it over to them. And maybe they can talk about the day. I mean, we got 2 ex-pro players here on the show. They can give us their thoughts and experiences of what it's like to play in the finals, especially on a final day when you're so close to taking the crown.
Let's go, baby! What's up, everybody?
Yeah,
it's Hot Jukes here with the legendary Zute, bro. It's the final day, and you heard, we got a chance to hear what Jason said, right? As a matter of fact, I think we can still talk to him. You know, what do you think, Zute, right? What was your experience feeling like to play in the final day of a tournament like this?
Honestly, in the final day of tournament, I'm just going to throw it out there. 2 out of the 3 teams that are not in the top 5 right now will make it into the top 5. And at least, obviously, 2 of the 5 teams in the top 5 are going to drop out. That's always how it seems to shake out. I doubt, you know, it's going to be anything different than that. Maybe we get 3 teams not in the top 5 bumping into the top 5. Because honestly, on the last day, Hot Jukes, I feel like the teams not yet in the top 5 starting on the last day, they always have an edge, right? They always know, you know, they got to play harder, they got to do better. Whereas the teams in the top 5, that's a lot of pressure. And it just creates choke potential.
Wow, Zute, I'm Jason Kaplan, and you are my hero. That was the best answer I've ever heard in my life. Well, you and Hot Jukes take it away.
Wow, Jason, thank you so much. And I got to agree with my man Zute here. I mean, it all comes down to this, the final day. One thing when it comes to these final days, Zute, which we kind of heard the desk talk about a little bit earlier, right, is the pressure of the final day. We know what it's like going into this stage, but also the shenanigans of the final day. Because look at this, like Team Mobility, Wanted Vigilantes, BOPE, Golden Eagles, it's pretty much impossible for them to make something happen here and make it into the top 5. So what's on their minds coming into today? Right? They could literally play spoiler role for some of these squads. They could decide to try something different and practice for next season. And to be real, there's some players here that already know it's over. Like, they already know it's over.
Yep.
That we might not even see some of these players play again at this level. And who knows what's on their mind. Maybe you have one solo player say, hey, you know what? I know that I'm not going to be able to do anything with this team anymore. I'm going to go out on my own, go nuts, try to get at least that, highlight reel moment and make
Right.
something happen for my team and hopefully get picked up by another squad. We've seen that happen before too.
You're absolutely right. There's a lot of things that could happen on the last day in regards to that. To answer your first question though, about the teams like that won't be able to make it, I know like every time we are nearing the end of the finals, we want to see something crazy. We want to see one of these teams target someone else, maybe Bad Blood. The narrative is always thrown out there, but I don't think NA just. I don't feel like we ever really see that happen. Like teams still just play by the book. They just keep trying to do their best, even if it's like they should try and switch things up and they don't. So these final days though, like yesterday and the day before, we've seen some crazy stuff that we would never expect. So maybe this time on this final day of the finals, we'll see something like that. Maybe in the first game, maybe in the second, who knows? But I feel like we're going to see something we won't be expecting once again today.
That's my hope. That's my hope for sure, because the fall season's a long time away, Zoo. And all I know is that if I'm one of those teams in the middle of the pack, I am not trying to sit and wait out until the next season. So if I'm coming into this, even though it may look impossible, I'm like, hey, I'm talking to my players and I'm like, hey, we got to just go nuts. We got to frag out of our minds. Let's try to pull off some crazy 20 elimination chicken dinner to start things off so we could have a shot at this thing. It's a long one, but at least try something different to make it even slightly possible. Because if you're just going to do the same thing you've been doing, then you've given up. You already know you're not going to make it, right?
Yeah. And the other thing is, I feel like this is a show. This is entertainment.
That's right.
You're playing in front of hundreds of viewers. Do something memorable, on the last day. Even if it doesn't go your way, at least, have a moment. This is like your spotlight, pretty much. And if you just fizzle out and we just never see you again, what's the point of that?
Right you are, Zute. Right you are. Make something happen. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a tournament. You know what it takes to win. And if you're in a really rough position points-wise, I mean, bust out some crazy strategy, right? Get together with your squad, talk to each other, come up with something spicy to at least try something different.
Jukes, like, you don't even have to do anything crazy. You could do what Jason did yesterday.
What's that?
Sit in a car next to other cars.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about not Jason Kaplan, by the way.
No.
Right? He did not broadcast from inside a
Jason.
car or a Bugatti. Right? But
Yeah.
Jason from Execute. That was cool to watch.
That was funny. Like, I'll remember that moment. So if you guys missed it yesterday, basically shooting range, there's some fake cars, if you will, right, in shooting range. And Jason was just sitting in the passenger seat. He was the last one up for Execute. So he was just sitting in the passenger seat in the Bugatti next to the fake cars. And all around him were, like, people shooting at one another. It was like a war zone out there. And Jason sat in the car. Like,
It's like he positioned that Bugatti to be a fake vehicle, and it got away with it. It was like the most camouflage, out of sight Bugatti. Nobody even looked in his direction, and he lived to fight for at least a little bit longer in that play zone. So, I mean, that's a really unique idea, and it worked, right? It worked. Like, he survived a lot longer because of that, and that's the kind of stuff I would definitely want to see here, Zute, right? It's something that is so obscure that no player even thinks to look at it, right? And at the end of the day, that's the kind of stuff that you get away with here at this high level. Because, like, I mean, if you're hiding behind a tree, laying in a bush, or behind a rock, these players are trained, right, to automatically their vision just search those things. But a Bugatti kind of out in the open with some other broken vehicles, it's not the first place you would check, surprisingly.
No, exactly. And it doesn't even have to be tactical. I don't know. A four-man team could just start emoting during the middle of like a fight or something. That'd be funny too. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there.
Right.
Stir things up. As this first circle, by the way, once again, up in the north. So we're getting a lot of rotators in here. It's we had a lot of these 50-50. I think every Erangel game was north yesterday. So once again, up in that north side. Zarky is in the zone. We had Zarky in the zone the other time, but it quickly shifted off. Maybe this time we'll get, a couple more shift towards that Zarky location. We will yet to see that, but surprising thing for me, Jukes, right now is everybody is still alive.
Yeah. This does not look like Game 6 today of what we saw yesterday.
I
mean, Game 6 so far of every single day of the finals has been ridiculous. Like, we've seen half the entire lobby just get eliminated in, like, the first few minutes. And this is what we really expected, right? Nobody down, every single player up, just slowly creeping their way into a position that they feel is going to be the most favorable into this next zone. The Chosen looking to head up onto that north side already. Zarky is still in play, Zute, by the way. So
Yeah.
there's a chance.
Small chance. You talked about TC very briefly. Look at that split TC's doing. That's 2 at the broken airplane and then the 2 at the compound right next to that top hill. That's a 1,000+ meters split.
That's a big split right there.
Yeah, that's not even. There's no supporting sightlines between those two. So I mean, TC are playing very confident today.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. All right. This is how we're going to start off the last day of the finals. That is what I'm talking about, baby.
I'm all for
a
it.
thick shift all the way to the north. Half of this zone is in water. So
Yeah.
that limits the amount of playable area tremendously. The circle has literally been cut in half. And because of that, we see every single one of these teams in vehicles pushing to their most favorable spot that they could get right now.
Yeah. To better illustrate the zone, if you missed it, 1/4 or 1/5 of the circle isn't even on the map.
Wow.
So that should give you a good idea of how crazy of a shift this is. Execute, crashing right into Puppeteers. Oh, Puppeteers, they're going to lose one for sure. There goes down
It's
Dong. Dong of all players. That is... Oh, no. Not the
Dong on the
man
ground.
himself.
Dong on the ground, and Fate's coming for Dong. Runs over him. Wow.
Execute.
Is Fate going to
They pick
push
up the
Faye
first
as
point?
well?
I don't think so. I think this Execute team right now, they're so close to that top 5. I don't think they're going to do anything, too crazy right now. They're going to just stick to their game plan, play a little bit more conservative than we've seen.
Well, they're already starting to do some splits, trying to look to get into some action. Here's the rest of Puppeteers. Fang barely holding this edge. This is just past Faye, which we saw a little bit earlier. That's where Execute is. So a lot of teams taking this northern side. And yeah, I like the strategy. Like what you could do here from this angle is you could park those vehicles below and then just drive them up. But you have to definitely be careful because one wrong slip and that vehicle's going in the water.
Yep. Definitely have to be careful. You could also utilize some smokes too to cover up the vehicles for a little bit. Yeah, pretty much the teams up here are just hurling elsewhere on the battlefield.
Big
Dope
push.
and team mobility. That's 2 down, 3 down. It's just all up to Blinky and
Goodbye.
just completely wiped. That is 4 quick points for Dope.
That's
Dope,
it.
the team that clutched the 2v4 yesterday. That shot themselves, I believe, up into 5th place.
Well,
They're
talk
looking
about
to submit themselves in that top 5 today.
Yeah, talk about nailing the coffin, though. That's it for team mobility. At this point, they can do pretty much whatever they want because making it the top 5 isn't going to be a possibility for them. But you know what? It's definitely a possibility for a lot of these teams in this lobby. Rin gets knocked down from Hyper. That's the best performing squad so far. You can see the live rankings right there. YKG right behind them. The Panthers, Puppeteers, Dope Slayers, The Chosen, MEZEXIS, even Execute, right? Definitely have a chance at,
Oh,
my, another shift. All
Hard
the way to
shift.
Severny.
That's a hard shift. The white is literally touching the blue on the previous circle right there on that eastern side. It's not just that one player that went down from Hyper, by the way, Jukes. Hyper are down to 2 already. And I don't think they've picked up a single point yet. They're currently in 1st place. You can see that in the live rankings by only 6 points. And 3rd place is only 7 points away. Hyper, man. Seven was saying he doesn't think they're going to choke it on the last day, but this
Ooh.
is looking a little scary.
Yeah, one team is all it takes, and YKG is looking to definitely put their stamp on this lobby. Oh, Faye, where are you going? Puppeteers with a bold blind send into Severny. And yeah, this is Ocupado, brothers. Hang trying to make a play onto Big Nate. I don't think Big Nate's going to go down without a fight, though.
No,
Yeah, here
sir.
come the rest of the Panthers. Look at it collapse. Oh, that
Nate's
gas
so
can.
smart. That could come into play. Nate was so smart, though. He just got out of there instantly. He could have won that 1v1, but he did not want to risk it. Oh! I think he should be fine. Yeah, and notice how the Panthers aren't pushing him. I like this, actually, because another team could crash at any moment. So they're going to wait it out a couple of seconds, make sure no team is, full sending in this spot, and then they'll come in and take him out later. And there we go. Yeah, Hang is down.
Hang goes down. Yeah, very well played there from the Panthers. Just, you can see, playing ultra safe, right? Not wanting to take any unnecessary risk. Gaji looking not too good, but he might just get away from this. Hyro trying to hit those shots, but he's getting pressured. I believe that's from Dope up on top of the Snake Hill. WALLSTREETBETS all the way towards Severny, getting a nice knock there on Gaji, and that's going to be a finish too.
Ooh, man. We had 64
pan
players
shot.
up. Oh, hit this. Ooh, there we go. He made it. He made it. Oh, execute. And Golden Eagles. This is a close fight. It's all down to just one player from Execute. It's Juancho. Oh, no. Fate's still up. Now it's only up to Fate. 1v1 situation. And Fate clutches his out right there. And he's getting that shack, and he barely makes it in time. However, there's another team. Skills of Mine looking to third party this. They need to go aggro. You can't let Fate get all those resets.
Oh, this Nate's coming. Yeah, Nate or Molotov is coming. Fate, Execute. You have to know it's on its way. The smoke coming out, but oh, that was a stun grenade?
Interesting.
Did he just
There's
stun
the nade.
himself?
Nade bounces out of the shack, I'm pretty sure. This should be easy finish still. Blue zone. They're all
There's
trapped
the
in.
molly.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
There it is. There it is. And Execute just immolated to dust by the side of Skills of Mine. So, hey, another... Really, that was a detrimental game for Execute. They still have 5 matches left. They are very, very low on the leaderboards here, Zute. If I were them, I would be very, very concerned.
They only managed 4 points, I believe, right there. That is tough. This Execute team, there's a good chance that they might not even make it to the next stage.
Wild. Wild.
Yeah. As veteran of a team that is, I feel like it's just been slipping down and down and down.
I got a chance to talk to Juancho for quite a long while last night. Got a chance to play with some games with him as well. And he did tell me that if Execute doesn't make it, it's not his fault. So, you know, it's got to be one of the other players. And you know what? I believe him.
Oh, man. YKG mounting a good defense against BOPE. Losing one player in the process, but exchanging it for 4 points. Not a bad trade, not a bad trade at all. And they still have a really good position. New circle did shift out, by the way. It shifted towards the water, towards Severny. So pretty much Severny is the southern half of the circle. Water's on the northern half. We already have one player of MEZEXIS looking to just go for a swim. That could be a play, too.
24K looking to open things up here, throwing some utility towards Phoenix. Doesn't hit the mark just yet. He's still staying behind that broken wall because he knows it's too risky to run out from it right now. Rest of YKG splitting up, trying to cover all angles. Right now, what they're really worried about is just a team full sending on them for free. They just want to hold the spot.
Yeah, at this point, there could be one more team coming in for that late crash with this new zone. But pretty much everything's Occupado. And Severny, Puppeteer go out 0 points. That's a tough one. But this circle, of course, was very difficult as well. Man, this Severny fight's going to last for quite a while. We still got a couple of teams not yet in Severny. Dope on the hill west of Severny in a great position. They can hold that spot for just one more circle before they most likely have to push closer in.
I want to see a hard shift of the zone to the north, Zute. Come on, let's do it, right? Why not commit to the most ridiculous circle we have seen so far this tournament? That'll definitely get the blood rushing. Let's see what Exotic can do, as Wall Street Bets have had the roughest first 2 days I think we could have possibly imagined. I mean, we definitely saw some heat from this team in league play, but they have yet to show up in this finals. Honestly, if there's any time to do it right, it's the first game of the last day.
Yeah, they got to start right now, man. But they fell off so hard. On to Vigilantes against K19 here. Is this a 1v4? No, there's more players in the backside for watching Vigilantes. It's a 2v4. Nemesis holding down the front. His support in the back is knocked, so this does make it now a 1v1 situation. Ander,
oh my gosh!
Through the smoke! Nemesis just threads the bullet right into him.
Nemesis! This is for Wanted Vigilantes. One of the teams furthest down on the leaderboard, Zute. You can see them. They were in 15th place. Just, detrimental to the dreams of K19. Next zone! A lot of it is in the water, Zute. It looks like Inactive is already committed.
That's Northern Shift. So yeah, Inactive could be swimming up there for quite a while. We still have a few 4-man teams that are able to fight for Severny. Got the Panthers, and I believe Dope is going to have to make a move. I think all eyes are on Dope for me. That's 4-man team about to press in. Oh, Rushy going down. YKG confirming that. That's another point for them. 5 points now. They have the edge of circle. They're looking to just maximize points before rotating anywhere else right now.
Oh, this zone is a difficult one. You can see even in Hyper trying to figure out what do we do in this position, because if that zone commits to that water, we'll see a full swim strat coming out here. And Hyper, oh, D right in the open. This should be easy pickings. Yeah, Kindness getting caught by D. That's 5 eliminations for Wall Street Bets, as they are on the southernmost side of this zone in Severny. They're gonna have to push through the Panthers, YKG, the Chosen, so many of these squads.
And QZZ, he could cause some trouble too, even though he's down to just himself. Here comes the push over from Wall Street Bets. This team, like you said, has had a rough first 2 days, but if they can
QZZ.
Yeah,
QZZ.
Nice. I thought that was Wall Street Bets Nate bouncing off, but QZZ with the bounce, a follow-up bounce. That hurts him up a lot, but D rushes in and finishes it out before any more damage could be done. YKG, meanwhile, man, they have held down this western front and have cleared everyone out. 8 elimination points for YKG.
This is the YKG we've been waiting for, right? I think they are looking to take that first place spot right when it is needed. For them to go proactively take out Phoenix Esports at that moment was so smart, because they did not want to risk having to take a late circle fight in the middle of blue zone and then getting wiped out right afterwards. So they're in a good spot. They still have 3 players up. Wall Street Bets, again, super low on the leaderboards, looking to make some action. I'll tell you what, 6 eliminations is, I can't even say it's good for this team, Zute. It's just okay, right? They need a lot more.
It's not nearly enough, but with shots like that, they might be able to make it happen. That's the opening for Wall Street Bets to push in. This Wall Street Bets team, they need to play like this for the next 5 games.
Yes.
If they want a shot.
This has to be the Wall Street Bets that we see, and they have to continue. They have to finish here. D leading the charge for his squad. This player has definitely disrupted the lobby many occasions during league play, and it looks like the finals, he's finally woken up here, Zoo.
Woken up indeed. Quan, last man standing now for the Panthers. This city, you could just sign it over to Wall Street Bets. I mean, I know we got YKG in the mix, but they got to cross the open road, and Trick is looking to take down at least one of them. Meanwhile, by the way, Dope has just completely hunkered up on the shoreline side with their 4 players.
Wow.
All the way on that northern side.
The Panthers decided to go for a crazy split, and Chronix gets taken out. So the Panthers looking to try to just sneak away some placement points. They're only going to have 1 player up left as Trick catches the nade onto Joey. Wall Street Bets, they are turning up here in the final day.
Yeah, this needs to be a win for them. They could have had a win yesterday, but
let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's not talk about that one. New day, new game. This should be theirs. The zone could shift over to Dope next, though, and that might cause a problem. But they need to first clean this out cleanly. They can't lose a single player here.
Kubi with a beautiful low toss nade, a Molotov. Now throwing a nade. Second thoughts. Pre-fire through the smoke. You can see the paranoia at an all-time high right now. And it definitely needs to be for Wall Street Bets. This is a great nade right here. Quan, goodbye. See you later. There go the Panthers. As that's going to be another elimination for Wall Street Bets. That's 9 total, Zute. And I guarantee you, they know that. Look at that shot.
Yeah, he got the point there, too. They're getting as many points as they can. YKG back up to 3, however. Dope still holding down the shoreline. The circle did shift again, I believe. Yeah, everyone is pretty much in zone on this new shift.
If Wall Street Bets takes out YKG here, we could see the rematch between Dope and Wall Street Bets.
Oh. Are they going to choke it again, Juice?
Oh, no. Don't say that.
They just might. And, going fishing, 24K. He already knocked one. Looking to get the finish and get the other player. Zone closing in. Oh, inactive getting caught out in the water. Everyone's pretty much just fishing right now before the next circle pops up.
Yeah, everyone's just waiting, not looking to run out in the open. MEZEXIS does get eliminated. So Sup Pig, the only one up left for the Chosen. Just holding his breath for as long as he possibly can. He's using that broken boat to help protect him so he can get a little bit of breathing room, but 24K had his number.
Yeah. Oh, nice knock for Robert right there onto the Wanted Vigilantes. Wanted just down to 1, just doing what they can to survive. Hold on.
Kubi!
Return fire.
That's from Wall Street Bets inside. So they do have a beautiful angle here. All these vehicles are going to be exploded in the next few seconds. Next quick and Dope just looking to get some points onto Wanted Vigilantes.
Oh, he's going for the revive.
Oh, he sees him. Got him.
Really? I mean, I guess on the next circle, there's not much you could do either way, right? So he tries to go for the revive. Definitely a risky revive. We'll see where the zone goes now. YKG, Wall Street Bets, and Dope. Oh, that's terrible for Dope.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's actually not. That's because this is already a great game for them, right? Dope are putting some great points on the board, especially considering that you got N Hyper down. The Panthers are already down. You know, they put 9 eliminations already. They're going to get at least a minimum of 3rd place. So this is a great start for this team. Definitely want to finish strong here, though. And they're going up against YKG, one of the top teams in the lobby. Wall Street Bets. If they have finally woken up here, they're definitely not a team that you could just push around. That's for sure. But but they're yet to prove that here today, Zuje.
Yeah, 10 eliminations. They're trying to prove it right now. I imagine both of these two teams right now are just going to have a truce and try and farm these 4 points. All eyes on Dope. Dope, honestly, if they could try and slam into the side of Wall Street Bets, that would be amazing. They could survive, like, you know, a little bit longer out there. But on the next circle, if they don't get the zone, they're pretty much done. Oh, there's a rock out. That's a giant rock, Judes.
Yeah, that's a good rock, but that is the rock of rock, but I don't think they're going to be able to leave it here, Zoo. They are stuck. The smokes are definitely coming out. I think Nesquik is trying to get to his teammate, or maybe just trying to stay off of that angle, do a little 3-1 split for now. But if you're on the side of Dope, I don't think you're feeling comfortable in this position at all.
They're going to get the next circle, Jigs. Watch it.
Oh, they get it.
Off.
That's going to be nice.
Watch it shift off both Wall Street Bets and YKG. That would be the most perfect situation for Dope.
If that zone especially goes like full hard shift all the way to the east, like the absolute edge of the east, Dope will be just dropping tears of joy.
Couple seconds left before we see it. 15 seconds, Jukes. YKG and Wall Street Bets are getting prepped now. They realize that could be a potential situation, so that is why YKG is now starting to pressure Wall Street Bets. to see if they could get an opening
Woo!
and make that push over.
Wow, that's going to
Oh,
be
the
the play zone on the Nesquik there. So just barely teasing the edge of it and going to go down to blue as well.
The Dope got the circle though, Jukes. So YKG is the one that's going to have to press into Wall Street Bets. I don't know if Dope managed to save a vehicle behind that rock potentially. They could maybe drive in on a quick third party, or they're just going to wait and watch this one play out.
Yeah, they did have that vehicle, like timing it perfectly and then just full sending it to gatekeep all these teams could be a crazy play. Wow,
Oh,
Joey
huge.
just absolutely clipping the wings of Exotic on that rotation. Still 3 players up, but that could be the opening that YKG wanted, and here they come.
Yeah, 3-man or 4-man, YKG is a force to be reckoned with, especially in the close range. They always seem to find the opening.
Molly!
The Molly in the smoke catches fierce. 24K, try and go for the revive, but the nade from Jiwoon. It's all down to Joey once again, and Dope is not getting involved. Dope will be happy with a second place guarantee. They'll let Joey do all the work, and Joey, this man could get one on by himself, a 1 point and a confirmed potential.
Joey moving in. Wall Street Bets. Oh, now Dope is looking to join the party. Joey. Oh, that
Kubi knock.
nade.
Double!
Kubi, what have you done?
Double self knock. Did Joey catch that in the feed?
Wall Street Bets.
Oh, the points confirmed.
Oh, man. They had it, Zute. They had it. One mistake. There's no way this can happen 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Yesterday they choked the 4v2, and now they're about to choke this one as well. This is the final zone. Dope is shaping up to once again take the chicken dinner away from Wall Street Bets. The circle is favored towards Dope. The center of zone, definitely giving them the advantage.
Oh, Jiwoon saw Joey as he is forced to move in a very, very rough position. Oh my gosh, all these players are stacked up right here. Easy pickings for Dope, but one good knock could do it. Play zone's gonna get Joey. Jiwoon's gonna go out to play zone, and looks like Exotic's gonna do the same. So Wall Street Bets having the chance to get that revenge onto Dope, and they let it slip through their fingers, Zute, as Dope's gonna win game number 1 today. And with all the teams that went out early, Dope is going to be very dangerous on this leaderboards here, Zoo.
Oh, they were already dangerous coming into today. That game just made them a real threat now in that top 5. They were top 5 coming in, and that just boosted them up. And Dope, talk about momentum, right? They took yesterday's win, yesterday's 2v4, and just straight into the first game today. Another chicken dinner.
11 eliminations. Chicken dinner. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just at a loss for words here, because Wall Street Bets are like a dagger into my heart, Zute, right? After seeing what happened at the last game yesterday to seeing what happened now at the start, they look so strong. They look so good. And they just have a way of just tearing all my trust and hope away from me, Zute, in just 1 second.
I want to say I wish I could feel that pain, but I wasn't here for week 3, so hey, it happens, right? But hey, anything can still have Wall Street Bets. Maybe they still have a chance, but don't go anywhere, guys. We still got 5 more games to go, so we'll be right back after this quick break.
guys, we're back. Okay, what? I was told I was gonna be small on camera. What the hell? All right, thanks, Andre, for that. I appreciate it. Guess you'll be glad never working with you again. We are back, though, with Dope Slayers taking a victory and a much-needed victory. But, Seven, to be honest, there's a lot to really break down in this match. From Execute going out to Skills of Mine, to seeing WALLSTREETBETS starting to perform, to seeing Hyper going out early, to see YKG performing. There's a lot to break down in this last match, but let's start off by talking about Dope.
Dope Slayers being able to get those 21 points, that's going to be massive for them. I can't wait until we see that overall, because they might just push themselves into that contention to actually push for the championship. By the way, WALLSTREETBETS, a team that, if we're talking about underdogs, this is how they needed to start their day. If there's even a slight chance that this team might push towards that top 5, or at least, if not, if they don't end up pushing for the top 5, they could at least try to get more of that prize pool. YKG too. 14 total points for them. We saw Joey go down at one point there in severity. I thought it might have been over for the team. Somehow they were able to just recover and do really, really well. And then I'm going to go down a little bit more, because Execute is the big question mark for me in this game. And the reason why is because of something that you mentioned earlier, Jason. You said, what would have happened yesterday if Nate didn't clutch up for the Panthers in that first match? What could have happened to the Panthers? I feel like that might be what could happen today with Execute, because the team, you saw Fate being aggressive, you saw him pushing to get those confirmed eliminations, you could see the team wanting to get those extra points, and they just ended up getting shut down when they were starting to carry a little bit of momentum. It could hurt them in a big big way.
Yeah, and we're obviously going to take a look at this, especially when we get to the overalls. Just keep in mind the 4 points they got is all they got in this match. But then again, and Hyper only getting 2, Puppeteers getting 0, MEZEXIS getting 3. That's 3 teams that kind of need the points, because Hyper, they for sure lost first place. Puppeteer, I'm pretty sure they've lost second place as well. They definitely lost second place because Hyper took it. They're falling further out of the equation here when it comes to top 5, and they need to bounce back, and they have to do it quick because they're running out of time. But time is also something we're running out of, so let's quickly see Dope up against YKG here in this last match of their stats. And honestly, Seven, you know, you got to give credit to Dope. The thing is, they rotated out of Severny early, and they set up like a little fortress with those buggies, right? Because they expected the zone to shift away, and they didn't want to have to play with like the hecticness that comes with a city finish. And then they, I think, saved 1 vehicle left as well to transition back forward if the zone did shift away from them. It was a really ballsy play, but it worked out in their favor.
It worked out in their favor in a big way. By the way, they tricked us too, because we're looking at them and we're like, at one point, like, didn't they just blow up all their vehicles? They're not gonna have any vehicles to rotate. They had one in there somehow, and I love the way Dope was able to actually use the fight between WALLSTREETBETS and YKG to push up 2 players to that airdrop that was near them to kind of provide different angles. They're a great play out of that team. Sometimes what we see is teams stay a little bit too passive when other teams are fighting. Glad to see Dope decided not to do that and went up a little bit on the offensive when they saw the chance. But overall, WALLSTREETBETS, man, I felt like they could have won that if Kubi had not naded himself and another teammate too. That was tough to watch.
Yeah, let's take a look at their player stats really quickly, just because we have to give some life to them. I remember the first 2 days of week 1, Kubi was on par with Joey, but then he kind of disappeared for the next few weeks here. But to see him, you know, D, able to put up some good numbers here is a good sign. But they have a lot of work to do, as you said before, Seven, and we'll actually just go straight into overall so you can see exactly what we mean, because they needed at least 60 points today just to be in contention for top 5, and that's with the other teams not getting any movement. And we are seeing, and Hyper actually's fallen from 1st to 3rd, Puppeteers to 5th, and Dope has moved to 2nd. Like, this is some great. There's 14 points separating like 1st and 4th. There's 15 points separating 1st and 5th.
I'm happy that anybody could be a champion right now, and I think I'm going to have to use my words. And Hyper, please don't choke today, okay? Make sure you guys don't end up being out of the top 5. By the way, Puppeteer, 121 points. This team cannot have the performance that they had yesterday. They cannot wait until Vikendi. They need to do something in the upcoming Miramar. And for WALLSTREETBETS, this is a slimmer side of hope if you're able to at least be within the first place. If you're looking at that 5th place, you're like, you know what? It is a tough ask. But this is that team that can possibly have that it factor. You mentioned Kubi in the past. He has shown up great performances. They could push for that top 5, and it would help them if Puppeteer continues to in a way, throw a little bit.
Well, 38 points they have to climb up if they want to break into top 5 without anyone else scoring some points. Execute as well, found off the front page, which is honestly insane to see. Maybe they need to bring Zute back here and he can help take them to the next level. But we'll go actually head over to our casters now with Zute and Hot Juice to take us into Miramar, our 2nd match of the day.
Here we go. Match number 2 coming up. What do you think, Zute? You ready to suit up, bro?
Nah, man, I'm retired.
sure?
And I'm staying retired. I'm good. I'm good. My heyday is over. But I mean, Jason touched on execute, and I don't know, man. This team, I respect the grind for sure. You know, Fate, one of the players that started execute, he was the one that picked me up and gave me the opportunity, you know, to make it to globals again. And I respect him putting in the grind. It's not easy. And honestly, man, it's rough. It's looking rough for Execute. But Execute, they've been in this position countless of times. I feel like almost every year, every tournament, they come into the last day looking like they might not qualify, and then they barely squeak on through. I'm fingers crossed that will be the case again. But the lobby, right? It's looking tough, man. Dope stepping up. Puppeteers out of nowhere, right? Yesterday and the day before. It's gonna be a tough task.
Even WALLSTREETBETS, right, made some noise as well. I mean, they have a lot more noise they need to make, but when you have teams like that performing when it counts, right, it's gonna make things that much more difficult. So when it comes to, we talked about digging a hole, right? Execute have definitely dug a pretty big one for them. The zone could be favorable for them. It could be a really good sign, though, right? They like to land in the southern part of Miramar, so this is definitely their territory. I think if we really want to put our hope and dreams into Execute, like so many have, because, I mean, this is a roster that, by all means, we should see in the top 5. They have that potential, right? But it's just, I think it's simple mistakes that just keep plaguing the squad. You know, doing a little too much. These little 2-2 splits that are too far apart, them losing some players early on. If they just tighten some of those screws, Zute, I think we could easily see this team in the top 5.
I agree. And I feel like they, besides the split, I feel like another thing they do too much is like they're trying to control too much. I've noticed a lot of times they're trying to control the edge, and they give up opportunities to kind of just make a little bit of a, not even a YOLO rotation, just like give up that control and just hunker in a more central spot. That's something I don't see Execute do much at all, like if ever. And I think sometimes they just need to do that and pray to the circle gods just a little bit, right? That the circle will center up, which, you know, percentage-wise, it should, you know, center up more often than not. So they need to take advantage of that. They have 5 games left. I feel like if they do decide to switch their game plan up a little bit, which, you know, I think they should, that would be the main thing I want to look out for. Focus more on just rotation and positioning, less splits, less controlling the edge, less, you know, maneuvers like that.
Yeah, I mean, by all means, I think this team has such a ridiculously good level of gun skill individually, right? The thing I think they struggle with the most is being able to utilize it properly. You know, like they have been doing these angles, this control like you're talking about, and they have one player focused on this area, this one focused on the other. When they all focus on the same goal, when the one play is obvious, we see them win. We see them do really well. When it's a question mark, what should we do? Do I focus on this side? Do I focus on that side? We see them make mistakes like that. You know, now we think about that one Erangel game where Fate was forced to make a crazy play, right? And it worked out. But it didn't even have to do that. It didn't even have to get that far. They just played together and focused like same brain, right? Like a turret, right? Yeah. I mean, this team, I think, would be like a very, not, I wouldn't say unstoppable, but very hard to beat.
Yeah, they're just playing too high, in my opinion. And I think I said this maybe even week 1, right? They try to do what they see like the top end teams do, but sometimes it's like in certain situations that is not the play. Even if you have that top tier skill level, you see top tier teams even dumb down their plays sometimes because it's just simply not necessary. But I kind of want to change the topic because execute aside, man, Puppeteers, you know, this is a team that I gotta ask you, do you want to see them qualify in that top 5? Because league play, right, didn't show much at all. Is this a team you want to send out of NA to rep NA in the next stage, Jukes?
I wouldn't mind seeing some Dong in the finals, in the global finals. Zute,
Oh,
what about you?
All right. I know
looking at him
exactly
right now.
why. I know exactly why, because you just want to see more Dong in the
Honestly,
upcoming
because the
stage
way
of the
he's been
tournament.
playing, Zute.
That's fair. That is fair.
That's all I want to see sometimes. I mean, he has had a crazy performance. I want to see players like him. I want to see
right.
players like Nate, right? That have the capability of putting their team on their back, Zute.
You're right. You know, I wouldn't mind it either. We do get 5 teams, right? So why not throw the Puppeteers in there? But they got to work their way in. Rough day, or not rough day, rough first game. We'll see if they can bounce it back a little bit. They're still in that top 5, but I hope this doesn't, you know, make them the Puppeteers of league stage. That one bad game that they just had, I'm scared, you know? Like, but what if they go back to the ways of old and they lose? They don't get any points. They'll drop out of that top 5.
Totally right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, this is so crazy because we now only have 5 games left, Zute. I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to find out who's making it and who is going to be staying home with their face in their hands, waiting until the fall split. Now, one team I'm pretty sure is going to make it. Like, if I were to, you know, bet, man, it'd be Hyper, right? But are they going to hold on to that #1 spot, Zute? Right? Are they going to be able to be crowned the champions of North America? I think that is definitely not guaranteed here, Zoo.
Yeah, no. I mean, they already lost it. YKG had a big game. They didn't win. They got 3rd, though, and Hyper had another bad game. So it's... Hyper, this is a team that I just don't think they have the oomph, so to say, to take first place in the finals.
So
right? They're a team that just does so consistent, like top 3 easily, but they're just missing like that clutch killer mentality. Because when's the last time you've seen Hyper pull off something like clutch? Like they were supposed to lose, but they won. Usually it's always Hyper just playing so perfectly. They're supposed to win and they win. But I feel like you need that clutch factor in the finals, like pull off something crazy, and that's something that I don't think Hyper has the capability to do.
let me try to see if I can describe this. Okay, when it comes to Hyper, as we watch a couple squads going at it from mid-range, and that's going to be Kubi going down. I don't know if, yeah, I don't think WALLSTREETBETS was looking to pick up Kubi there, Zoo.
WALLSTREETBETS, man.
I think they let him go after that last game. They're just like, you know what, dude? Just go in timeout, you know? Go in timeout, come back strong the next game. But okay, as we're about to see this next circle pop, when it comes to Hyper, Zute, the best way I could describe it is I think like this team has like an internal risk safety meter, okay?
Okay.
And what I mean by that is whenever this team does something a little too risky, when they play a little too loose and they lose, right?
Yeah.
It's like they all that meter gets reset and they automatically go down to full safe mode. You know, full safe mode, full tactile, zero risk gameplay, and that works for them. But there are certain scenarios where you have to play risky. You have to just make this kind of crazy full send. And after a bunch of consistent games, I think we see that meter rise and we see Hyper start playing a little looser. But then they just go a little too risky and then they get punished for it and then they immediately start back over. Does that make sense?
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. With only 5 games left, though, they're going to need to make some big risks, I feel like. If they want first place. If they want first place, there's going to have to be at least one game where we're screaming, oh, Hyper, they've got to do this. Like, there's no way they could do this. And then they pull it off, right? They need, like, a Nate type of play if they want first place. Now, top 5, they could keep doing what they're doing. And it's starting to sweat just a little bit, right, that they won't make top 5. But I'm feeling fairly confident still for as far as Hypers in regards to them.
And you know what? You can't teach clutch, but clutch over time, right, could definitely come a little bit easier more often than not. Let's see right now, though. Hang with the
Oh,
drive. Oh, instantly getting punished.
Oh, that's Faye down too, I think, that I just caught in that elimination. Oh,
Oh,
Faye.
one more shot.
And, ooh.
I mean, I wonder what's
Yeah.
going through the mind of Team Mobility. Oh, I think they got him. Yep.
They got him. Okay. All right. That's Puppeteers down to 1 player now. Jukes. Oh, man.
Ooh, this is
Getting-
also
It's getting
Team
rough
Mobility.
out here. And then Hyper.
Uh-oh.
We were just talking about him, Jukes.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
This is not looking good, Zute. I mean,
Ooh.
this is the curse. This is honestly the curse that has happened to N-Hyper. Playing so good all tournament long, and then come finals time, right at the end,
Yep.
not pulling it out. And so far, Zute, this is looking to be on that same trend. They need to turn this around the next game, Zute. I do not want to see another scenario like this from them. If YKG gets some points, that's going to be dangerous, Sue.
YKG already got points, Jukes.
But
They already got
especially
points
this
last
game.
game. I don't think N-Hyper should worry about YKG taking first place and securing first
You're
place
right.
at the end
You're
of the
right.
tournament. I think N-Hyper should worry about making top 5 now.
That's wild. That is a
'Cause
wild thing to say.
Mentally, with the way they just went out right now, that's probably what they're thinking. They're probably feeling like, oh man, we could lose top 5. This is not good. This is not good at all. But Puppeteers are also dropping. K19 up against BOPE. Close range engagement. PAPPETEER trying to find an angle off to the backside. BOPE will just hold up in that fortress. K19 is going to have a tough time cracking this one open, especially with being shot at from distance from another team.
Poppy Sour all the way at the bottom is going to try and get a little bit of a reset here. Go into this fight with a little bit more utility. Sonic and the rest of BOPE very, very nervous right now. Gonna have to make a play against Poppy Sour, but it looks like he is getting third party from across the field. BOPE, you can just see their movement. A lot of indecision from them right now.
Yeah, the third party is causing a lot of concern for them, and Sonic not on the same
How did
page.
they
He
lose
will
that
go
player?
out. Sonic will go down. Popping into the car for a quick heal.
What are y'all?
That's a play.
That is a play. That's almost like a slap in the face of BOPE, right? Just hopping in their ride real quick, healing up, going through their spare change in the glove compartment. BOPE, you're not gonna let them do you like that, are you?
Oh, quick peeks. No bullets connecting though. And he's gonna make that
I'm
crossover.
surprised he cried. my eyebrows raised through the roof when he made that cross, Zute.
That was the play though.
That was the play.
Yeah.
But a good shutdown there from BOPE. Now BOPE is going to have to get in whatever remains of their vehicles and try to get out of here. But MEZEXIS, I think MEZEXIS right now has a taste of blood in their mouth, and they're looking to get these elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, it is nearing the very end of the tournament. Teams are realizing, okay, we need points. We need points. Any small opportunity we get, we need to try and go for it. And MEZEXIS is going for theirs right now. BOPE stuck on the edge of zone. MEZEXIS can just decide to gatekeep. They don't even need to press this. But of course, they would like to take care of this team first so they can focus on other things. But this is going to be a hard press for them, especially with MEZEXIS being so split. It looks like it's going to be more of a gatekeep scenario.
Yeah, not just that, Zute. It's also this stage of circle, right? Zone 3 is a tough one because you have enough real estate to where you can afford to gatekeep. I think if it was Zone 4 or Zone 5, I think pushing way faster would have definitely been the play. But with that knock, you can see that's definitely what is on their mind here. Trick is going to come up here. But they did give BOPE a lot of time to reset. Oh my gosh, Hyro! In one of the most obvious spots. I don't think he got the finish there.
Sometimes you just forget to check that spot. Next circle has shifted off them. So yeah, now MEZEXIS, you got to make a decision. Do we try and stay and finish out this fight or turn tail and run? My opinion
I think
is
you have
that,
to commit.
Yeah, same. I think with that zone shift too, they have the close circle near them. So if they turn tail and run, all that's going to do is BOPE is going to keep chasing them down. So They have a little bit of advantage because they can gatekeep, so they should stay here.
Oh,
Remix is trying to
bad.
find I think he's just trying to find another deeper angle. Or if they do fully disengage, I don't know. Maybe Remix, if Remix is playing spoiler, that's fine. Hit some shots. Oh, that's the jitters right there, Remix.
Oh yeah,
that's
100%.
the jitters.
100%.
He could have waited. He could have waited and then taken the shots. But adrenaline's pumping. Jitters are there. Misses the shots. Going back to the Panthers, they have the southwestern side right now, Jukes. The zone, by the way, is like mostly all high ground.
Suko getting a nice knock on to Alf. I think the Panthers are looking to press Phoenix Esports here, but that's a long ride to this fight. You can see Zuko up front with that M249. Here comes Chronix from the back line. Looking to clean things up. Rushy having to get out the vehicle. Chronix in a 1v1 gets the knock.
Trey knock is there, and another one right back onto Diamonds. Ronnie running up the hill, looking for Quan. Quan in a spot. He's not going to check, and Quan gets him clean. That is the Panthers clearing that side out. No problem, but here comes a new challenger, Jukes. It is in the form of Execute. Looking to do some third-party action. Fate driving up close with that buggy, trying to get some more info. Looks like the Panthers will be able to reset up to 3. Fate catches 1. The rest of the team needs to get here to help Fate out.
But I think they're looking for angles, Sute, and I think that's what's going to cost them. Fate with some nice shots. There comes Juancho from the sidelines. Tensa finally making it here to the fight. A little bit late, but they do end up at least picking up a couple points for them. Do they? If I were Execute, I'm rushing to the shack too.
Really chase it down?
Clear them out. Clear them out, then go right back up the hill.
They can. I mean, we have the observer
That's
point
2
of view.
points.
We have the observer point of view. That is a very valid play. Pretty easy to execute. We can see on the map there's no one close to them. But man, when it comes to execute, there's so many times they try and do something and it goes the other way, right? So that has to be on their mind right now. I bet you it's being asked, it's being tossed in the air. We could go for these 2 points, but the counter is, man, I don't know. We have a good spot. Maybe we just want to hold this spot down.
And you know what? I think that could be the demise of Execute, is that overthinking, right? At the highest level, especially as we get into stages in the future, these teams, they make decisions almost instantly. 50-50, those IGLs know that timing is a matter of the essence. You just pick one. You just pick one, choose, and commit. So the more kind of communication that you have of trying to decide, that's precious seconds being wasted. And the opportunity for that play to work, Zute, goes into the toilet as time goes on. Next zone is going to go off a little bit over to the west side. That's going to allow YKG Chico to be dead center and Execute looking to possibly push for a more central position.
Yeah, I mean, they got the high ground to work with. They should just look to pick up potential points, get more info at least.
The Panthers?
To figure out where to push in next. The Panthers, yeah, they're out of the zone. The Chosen, by the way, Jukes, still have 4 players up. The Chosen is a team not in that top 5, but on the cusp of it. So if the Chosen can do something here in this game, that would also shake things up in that leaderboard.
Oh, Stellar getting a couple little taps to the shoulder from Trixie Boy. As we see the Chosen doing a 3-man split on these buildings. Sup, Pig? Oh, actually, that's Peralta there. We're getting the knock on the Baby Tang. Oh, the shots. You're going to have to shoot through those tires, Apollo, or you're about to lose your teammate.
Chosen in a great spot right
Oh
there on
my
the edge
goodness,
of zone.
Peralta.
Yeah, the toes. Always got to watch out for that.
Gotta watch the toes.
Golden Eagles now just down to Beowulf. Not looking good for him. He's probably not going to make it into this zone either. He should just take that 1v1 with Peralta, potentially. Get a point. Get at least
Oh, he's
something
gonna see him
going.
run out. He's gonna see him run out. Actually, he does it.
Oh, he's going to try and go for some type of rotational play here. Might find the edge of zone.
Yeah, he might just get into it. Find a rock, perhaps. Oh, no. But not the wrestler bus. He needs it. He knows it. That's why he's trying to smoke it out. It's not looking too good. He knows the second he gets in that bus, it's over.
Yeah, there's no way you're taking that bus across. Not with 4 people of TC.
Let
He's
it
gonna
be.
try. Yeah, didn't get too far.
You had
Worth
to know.
the try.
Is it though? But I mean, heck, what was the other option, right? Run out the open? You never
Shoot
know.
like maybe 5-6 shots, get double headshot at best, knock 1 player and go out.
Yeah.
That
You have to
would
hit
be
those though.
Yeah, that would be the best outcome in my opinion. Dope. Okay, Dope. They've been on a tear. 2 wins in a row. They won the last game yesterday in a 2v4 situation, and they pulled off, I would say, a rather tough win just now in the very first game. They still have 4 up, working on the edge on the northern side against Team Mobility. Not a team that they should be too scared of, but Team Mobility have 4 up and the high ground position over the top of them.
Dope, really hoping that they face Wall Street Bets in the end game. Because
Oh, yeah.
that
They're
seems to be
2-0
their
right
good
now.
luck charm.
They're 2-0 against Wall Street Bets.
Bray trying to find something with the nade, isn't going to hit the mark just yet. Execute all the way to the south side of the zone. Wanted Vigilantes dead center. Chico from YKG, the final player up, is dead center of the zone. Next circle, where's it going? Is it going to go north, south? It's centers up. And
Centers.
that gives Chico a little bit more time to breathe.
Yep. Now Chico, if someone crashes him, Chico can win his ones pretty easily. Seen that player do it time and time again. Execute now making a play. Using that high ground, I like the way Execute are controlling this zone now. Trying to get as much info, pick up as many free points as possible before they make a decisive play. Now here, I'm sure they already have a plan. This zone shift, you could have counted on 9 times out of 10. So what's the play right now for Execute? They need a big game here if they want to have a shot at that top 5.
I agree. They need it. They definitely do. And with that, that could cause a little bit of hesitation from them because they cannot afford to go out early here. Juancho with a beautiful smoke. Moving up a little bit. Oh, D! Was that a 3 nade?
Oh.
Woo. It was 2 at least.
Got 2.
Yeah, so D with the double nade gets the double barrel shotgun right to the face from Robert. But stellar. And that's actually Versa from Team Mobility. Knocks him out. That's going to give that team a little bit more time to breathe.
Yeah, Dope, so resilient right now. They want it. They know they could take top 1 from this entire tournament. They know they have that chance. They're not going to give it up. The Chosen coming into the mix of things, fighting for that top 5 position, 6 eliminations, and they will be able to get that 4th player up. 4 players up on the edge of zone with a really good high ground position. They got info on the whole entire zone almost. This could be the big game for the Chosen to rocket into that top 5.
100%. They already got 6 eliminations, like you mentioned, looking for a whole bunch more. And they have that high ground position. Dope. Uh-oh. Of course, gonna get that finish onto D. I am not surprised that the remaining player of Wall Street Bets ran for his life once he realized Dope was pushing on him. Nice little mini shots from Hayuya there. Applying some pressure. Yep, he's gonna definitely catch something. Possibly looking for a vehicle explosion. Nope, instead going to bust those tires out. That's more central into the zone. Yeah, Team Mobility. They are gonna be stuck in that position for sure.
That's a tough spot to be stuck on. I don't know if that's enough cover right there. They're gonna try. They're gonna make do with it for now. Dope, looking to just pick up whatever points they can right now, shooting at every little thing. Team Mobility is probably the best chance at securing points. And got you. Ooh, that's a sneaky spot. Oh, there we go. Catches 1. Actually, that's Execute that knocked that player and confirms the point as well. And Gachi, what a play. What a position. I like that spoiler play. I wish there was one more of the Chosen over here, though, because they can wipe that team out completely. There we go.
Here comes the nade.
Where's Gachi going, though?
Anying doesn't miss these nades. I'm telling you, this man is deadly with the grenade. Oh, taps up Hayuya. That's an eviction notice. Here comes another, though. Beautiful shots there from Anying, getting the confirm. He might just solo Dope by himself.
Yeah, I wonder why they just brought Awning over and left the other player back. They could afford to have 2 here to clear this out. They
Ani
don't
got this.
need that much players in the center of things. I feel like that's a mistake right there. That should be 2 points if they had just 2 players there overlooking Dope.
Well, Ani gonna take that money and run with it. Gonna take that 1 elimination and head away from that fight. Fate pushing on up. Finding a position in this next zone. Hits that lay down. It's gonna sacrifice his buggy. Sup-Pig is taking some shots downrange. So many teams on the edge of this zone because that is where all the high ground is. Nothing but a deep valley right in the center. Wall Street. It's going to be actually one of Vigilantes. That's right. Dead center of it. And down goes Exotic. Dope. Eliminating Wall Street Bets once again.
Every time without fail. Execute,
Third
force
time's
and
a
push.
charm.
Into the open now. The Chosen looking good. You know, I was critiquing the Chosen's play just a couple minutes ago, but at least they're decisive about it. They're like, Ani, you come here, I'm going to fill in the center. And they did it. No questions asked. That was quick. So it may have not been the best decision in my opinion, but at least they're on the same page. And now with this circle, with them on the high ground, oh man, this is free reign for them. Chico's still up for YKG at that shack. Chico's probably thinking like, man, do I smell or something? No one has even tried to crash that center compound for the past couple of zones.
Miracle Shack. Dong.
Oh, Dong! He's still up
That's
with
right.
3 points. All right.
All by his lonesome. Oh, he just got tapped right there.
Don't jump.
Right in the head. Yeah. No more jumping for Dong. That's for sure.
Dang. That would have sucked if he jumped and a bolt action to the head at that exact moment.
Ooh, that's got to sting.
Yeah. Execute still up with only 2 players now. This is a better game for Execute than they had in that first one at least. And ooh, looking to pick up 2 more points. Steve-O shoots right back. Nade falls a little bit short there.
Fate, Casper, the final 2 players for Execute. In a duo scenario, we've seen them stuck in this kind of spot multiple times here. Fate with a nice knock on a Steve-O. Casper with the confirm.
Good find for Execute. Now they just got to push over that top ridge, but the Chosen's looking their way potentially. Fishy's still there. They don't know where Fishy is exactly. And we can't forget about Trixie Boy. He's going to be looking to play huge spoiler. No, he's behind that burning buggy. The smoke blocking the vision. The smoke from the buggy blocking the vision. Trixie Boy with the possible 1v2 in the back. That's 1. Casper with the turnaround. Oh, that's a throw your phone down on the floor moment for Execute right there.
Spike the phone at this point. That is gotta hurt. The Chosen, only a few seconds away from taking game number 2 here. This is gonna be a massive one for them. Sup-Pig saying how much you want to bet I can throw a nade over the mountains, baby. Ooh, finds the mark. 1 more. Trixie Boy. See ya later. It's the Chosen.
The Chosen coming into this match in 6th place and then getting that chicken dinner. What a better, there's not a better time to do it for the Chosen. And they got it done with all 4 up and a massive win as well with so many elimination points, Jukes.
I'll tell you what, Zute, 24 points for the Chosen right there.
Yep.
Like you mentioned, couldn't have been at a better time, and also couldn't have been at a worse time for NHyper, right?
Yes.
That is a team that right now is definitely feeling the pressure, Zute, and as history serves, that is not where they do best.
Yeah, pressure. Oh man, NHyper, when it comes to pressure, it's just like I said, I don't feel like they have that clutch factor. They have individual players that sometimes clutch, but as a team, it just doesn't happen too often. And it's looking like they're going to need some clutch plays right now because the Chosen are coming for that top 5 spot, and NHyper are looking to start bowing out of that top 5 spot. Jukes, I can't believe that this is where it's looking like it's heading to.
Shifan, talk to your boys. Get that coach hat on, right? Inspire. Let them see them rise up to the top. You guys throw some love in the chat for these squads. We'll be right back right after this break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
What is going on today, Seven? Like, that match was so perfect for so many different teams to start to climb the leaderboards or to like get in a better position for top 5. Honestly, if every match continues to develop this way, I don't know who's going to win. I really don't know. I don't know who's going to be top 5. I mean, Zute said he thinks 2 of the teams that are in top 5 right now will drop out and 2 of the teams who are not in top 5 will get in. Honestly, it could happen. It could be even more than 2 teams at this rate.
I think it could, and I mean, with some of the teams that needed to get points to try to push for that contention of the championship, like the Chosen being able to get those 24 points, then you have the teams within that spoiler role that we've been talking about, and I'm looking straight at Skills of Mine, being able to surprise execute there at the end. You can just feel the executed players just being gutted once that happened. And Puppeteer, Dom being able to show up for his team, being able to collect 7 points, that's going to be good for them because that's a team that was not starting off so hot. One thing I am seeing here, though, Jason, no N-Hyper, no YKG, which allows some of the other teams to move up a little bit closer. And also no Dub Slayers, which was a team that won the last match, and you saw them push up to that 2nd place.
And no Panthers either, as you can see them on the 2nd page in 10th place with 4 as well. You know, Wall Street Bets, we had kind of high hopes for them after that first match, but again, our hopes just seem to be destroyed as they come back with only 1 point. So again, if they want to have a chance to get top 5, they still have a ton of work to do. But you know who did a ton of work in this last match? Of course, it's the Chosen. Let's take a look at their player stats here and get an idea of how much damage they really did. There we go. I mean, 6 eliminations for Stellar. is pretty damn good. And I know you talked a lot about Anying, which it seems like he's stepping up here 7, but also Gaji doing some pretty good work with the 600 damage as well.
It is, and I mean, this is kind of what we expected, right? We were talking about maybe just one player being able to come out and have a good performance to spark up everybody else. Well, guess what? Anying, Stellar, Gaji, and you can also add Sapik in there. The whole team decided, you know what? We're all going to be showing up here. We're all going to be putting up some great numbers. Anying there with those 4 eliminations, Stellar with those 6. Like right now, this team put themselves in that position. We're like, oh, okay, you know what? We could become the champions. And you were saying it. We don't know who's going to be the champions. I said there's no way Hyper's going to choke this. Right now, they're having the exact same performance that we saw out of them in day 1.
7, you can see we have a minute left until the next match. I'm going to ask you the question. Do you want to see Hyper or do you want to see overalls? I'm going to give you the choice. Overall. You want to see overalls? Okay, never mind. Overall. We actually do have more time than that. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Let's actually take a look at Hyper's stats yesterday versus today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Production just, told me in the middle of that. Let's see their stats, though, because they have... Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, those are the total stats, all right? Those are the total stats. And Hyper, let me just go back. I mean, I'm looking at what they did in day 1. The first 2 matches, they ended up 11th place, 1 Illims, 7th place, 4 Illims. And the third match was when they were actually able to bring it back. And I feel like that's what's going to be happening here again within Hyper. At least I'm hoping that's the case. I don't expect them to win the next game. But this team does need to start getting some points. If not, like Sute has been saying, they might not be able to get in a situation where they're going to be able to clutch because they haven't shown us they could clutch places like this. Especially thinking back in previous PMPLs when they were going up against Knights.
Okay, well, let's take a look. We don't have much time here at our overalls. Good idea if things have shifted once again. YKG in first place still, but Dope Slayers are 3 points behind. Chosen are 2 points behind them, and then Hyper have fallen to 4th, meaning the Panthers is now out, and MEZEXIS and Execute are starting to get into range here of potentially climbing up the leaderboards.
They are, and this is what we've been saying too with Puppeteer not being able to collect those points in the first game and being able to at least collect some here. It was allowing some of the other teams like Execute, it was allowing MEZEXIS too, even though MEZEXIS hasn't had one of the best days so far, allowing them to at least get within range of that top 5. And I can't wait to see what the madness of Sanhok is going to be bringing.
Yeah, well, we guys at home, we still have the viewer survey going on here, and you're running out of time to fill it out because we only have 4 matches left to go today until we're done with the whole thing. So make sure you guys check that out over in chat. And then we also do have the PMPL crate still going on in the game as well. That's going to be there until the 30th of April. So make sure you guys check it out as soon as possible because you're going to run out of time as well there. Just like we're running out of time to get into our next match because it is about to start. So let's hop straight into game here once again with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Woo, baby! I hope you guys are getting out of your seats because it's Sanhok, baby. We're in the jungle, 600 UC. Giveaway code right there at the bottom, PUBGmobile.com/redeem. You guys know what to do. Zute, did you just see the same stats from Hyper that I just saw?
I saw those stats and I was like, huh? What does that mean? What, like, there's no way. But there is a way. And that's why they're looking like they could drop out of that top 5, Jukes. They're just dropping and dropping and dropping right now. And in Hyper, man, Sanhok, not their best map. They did win, though, the Sanhok map in the finals, I think, on day 1. So they're going to need a miracle here, I feel like, to get some points on the board because it is not looking good. And mentally, they are probably on the most amount of stress ever. That's why I said in the very beginning of today, Jukes, sometimes you want to be the team not yet in the top 5 versus being the team in that top 5 and being the team in that top 1 because Hyper was first place. Hyper was first place. And now look at where they are.
You know where they're at, Zute? In the south side of this map, because that's where they land. And this zone is on the complete other side. So I think, Zute, we're starting to see a little bit of Murphy's Law for Hyper, right? All that zone blessing, all that goodness that they got during, league play and a few games here in the finals. And everything is seeming to turn against them, And that can happen. that can happen in tournaments like this. You can go and work so hard, final stage, everything just doesn't seem to go your way, right? Well, pressure makes diamonds, Zute, right? There's no excuses. Even though you don't have the luckiest of events happen, you got to make your own luck. You got to harden your squad, right? And you got to be able to pull it out when you need to. You got to pull that special sauce, Zute. And I think Hyper have that capability. We know that they have that potential. We're just, we haven't seen them do it. So that's why there's a big question mark right now. Chat, what do you guys think? Do you think that Hyper have what it takes? We definitely know that they do, but do you think they will do it here, right now? Because there's only a few games left here today, Zute.
Yep. But you know why Hyper drops that far down in the south every time, Jukes?
What's that?
They got all the meds in the world, and you know what? They could med strat psych. That's not a thing anymore.
That is right.
Yeah, Hyper, they got their work cut out for them right now. Chico, and from the back, he wasn't ready for that one. Chico thought he had the drop, but getting tagged in the back. Chico down to 1 HP. Will they let him get that first aid off? No, they won't. MEZEXIS pressures him. Chico's got that DBS, though.
I like that DBS shot. That was beautiful. He pre-fired the DBS. That's exactly what he did. Just said, back up, boy. And he backed up into some shots on the fears. Oh, but 24K. That was so clutch.
Wait, how did 24K? Wasn't Remix? Okay, 24K. He's just better. MEZEXIS forced to fall back just like that. MEZEXIS still has a chance at that top 5 too, and this is not a good way to start off this one. YKG though, this team, they're looking for that first place. They're looking and say, how can any of you guys have ever doubted us? I'm not gonna lie, man. Day one, YKG was nowhere to be seen, right? YKG did almost nothing day one, but they are here when it matters most on the final day, clutching points up and taking that first place right now and looking to maintain it.
What can I say, Zute? Always got to put my faith in the legendary Joey. The man's just too good. The man is just too good to fail at this time, Zute. And so far, I mean, YKG have definitely proven that they're one of the top contenders here in this lobby, and they definitely have that clutch factor, Zoo. 3 eliminations so far. They're looking real good. The Chosen, looking for a back-to-back solid performance here. Pulled out the BOPE, Zute. This is definitely in that book of Sanhok that I have co-written here. This is in chapter 6, I believe.
I don't like it, man.
You don't like the BOPE, Zute? All the way around this island to the north? To Hot Tip?
I like it when it's like, when the team is like in 7th place, 6th place, you know? And it's like, oh, BOPE, okay, they're pulling one out. If this works, they could go up in that leaderboard. But right now, the Chosen are in such a good spot that I just feel like because they're in a good spot on the leaderboards, that this will fail, Jukes.
What?
It's just...
Look at Gaji. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him turn the little wheel in the front. Just a little left, a little right. He's cruising. This is a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day out in Sanhok. It's Sunday.
Ask me back. Ask me again in like 5 minutes, and I'll know if the BOPE works or not.
Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye on that.
I hope it will work for them.
Well, speaking of rotate, right? And Hyper busting out the moped in a time of need. And moped is dangerous. But they are looking to make that nice rotation into the next zone. Maybe possibly going through that bridge by ruins. As we look at right now, it is wide open for them. So definitely could be the right play. Maybe they decide to go through Painan.
The knuckles are bone white right now for the GK first. You know he's gripping that steering wheel hard.
MEZEXIS eliminated Zute. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah. Early into the game as well. At least they could have some time to bring their mental back together because they still got a shot. They still got a shot. Not a good game though, for sure. WALLSTREETBETS, they're trying to make things happen. They got an opening onto Phoenix Canary is knocked, not even moving a muscle right there. Now he's going to start crawling back, but oh, Dong picks up that one. Huge point for the side of the Puppeteers.
Let's see what Exotic's going to do here in this scenario. Pushing up onto Phoenix. This could get interesting here. Wall Street Bets in desperate need of some serious points. Second thoughts, turning around. Guess who's on the other side of things? And Hyper. This side's not looking better. Not looking better at all, Zute.
Nope. Caught in a... What was that saying? Caught in between a rock and a hard place? That is exactly...
This is a rock in a harder place.
Yeah, and Hyper. Oh,
that's my gosh, brutal.
This might work out for Hyper, you know? Not getting the zone so they can actually fight their way in on Sanhok. Could work out, and they're doing it right now. They got the opening. Can they get the confirms and finish? So here comes the aggression. QZZ already with that off angle, but D's been on fire right now. He's got that DBS through the smoke. He goes down. GK first. Whoa, clutch that up.
That's it. I think that could be the nail in the coffin for Wall Street Bets.
They're still fighting. And Hyper's still fighting, though. They took down one of Phoenix just now. And Hyper picking up a lot of much-needed points right now.
5 eliminations is huge for Hyper. Absolutely. They do have 3 players still up. Kindness did go down. But they are on the edge of the zone. And when Hyper focuses up and they're all focused on one team, they are a hard squad to beat. So if your skills of mine, I would definitely be very, very cautious about getting into engagement with them.
Uh-oh. And Hyper rotating in.
Hello.
They'll stop here for now, but I said uh-oh because I see YKG on that hilltop. And YKG, they know that's Hyper back there. They heard the gunshots, and they know that's a team that they need to target if possible. Not because, you know, they need to get more points, but mainly keep them out from getting momentum, because if Hyper start picking things up, Hyper would be the team to overtake YKG potentially.
Out of all the squads, Hyper wants to go up against a full squad of YKG is definitely not one. That is for sure. You got Puppeteers nearby that position as well. Panthers just leaving Paradise Resort. They're on the edge of it. Right now, our eyes are on Wanted Vigilantes and BOPE. I don't think either of these teams are in a really good spot here, Zute, to try to get top 5. What do you think?
Yeah. Like, unfortunately, these two teams, they can put on a show for us. I think that's the most they could do right now, and you know, get some more of that prize money, because there's still prize money on the line for all of these teams to be able to attain. So, you know,
that's
true. Pad the piggy bank a little bit.
Panthers, though, Panthers definitely in the thick of it, running it wise, but the team mobility are all the way at the bottom. So we could definitely see some of those highlight reel plays. Trey, solid player for the squad. Just unfortunately, this team has not been able to get things working out. Versa goes down, and if he gets thirsted, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Panther push.
Potentially. The Panthers are in such a strong spot, though. I think they want to hold it down for at least the next zone, especially if it's favorable. Yeah, I don't think they're going to push across that road, especially with Golden Eagles by them. And new zone shift. Well, you asked me about the Chosen's BOTE. It looks like it worked out. I'm surprised it did, but I'm glad it did. And look at where Execute is, Jukes. They always just play on the edge of things, and they don't prioritize, you know, just rotate in. You don't have to control everything on the edge. So now that's going to be a difficult push for Execute, and I don't think they're going to get very far. GK first, or Hyper. Look at that. Dead center of zone. They made it in somehow.
If Hyper could do it all the way from the bottom of this map,
yeah,
any team can do it. That's for sure. Well, then again, not every team is Hyper. But let's see who's going to end up winning this circle. Right now, Dope is in a good spot. The Chosen are in a great spot. The Panthers still quite have a few players up. It's still anybody's game. Right now, K19, Skills of Mind, even YKG are going to have to start making some moves here. Minute 50 on the clock. That should be plenty of time to get things set up.
Yeah. Teams moving in right now. YKG and Puppeteers right now just next to each other pretty much. If the zone shifts off either of them, that's going to be a clash of titans. Teams, meanwhile, still trying to find their way in. Skills of Mine here coming down on the southern side. Might run into YKG, but they know better. They know better than to go on top of that hill. This hill always taken by a team, so they're going to go for a swim. See how far they can make it in the next few minutes. This new zone doesn't change all too much. Teams on the edge of the previous zone just got to move in a little bit more.
Let's see. This is the calm before the storm, everybody. Get your popcorn, get your Monster Energy ready. Because in the next couple of seconds, we're going to start seeing something pop off. And oh boy, do we. K19 putting some nice shots on the Skills of Mind. YKG doing the same. So Skills of Mind, are in a really tough spot. Yep, they're in a full swim mode. And YKG's going fishing. Go fishing.
Yeah, Fears right now. Thinking about it. He's got to be careful,
He wants
though.
it. He's got his fishing rod. I can see it.
He's pretty far exposed if he goes up on that ridge line. So, YKG, they're in a great spot. Zone's about to shift too, and they're going to need a 4-man team to press anywhere else if the zone shifts off of them. So, yeah, Fierce is definitely going to come back. They're going to try and utilize a full squad for the next push somewhere. And we'll see very soon where the circle goes. Execute did manage to swim across on that northwestern side with all 4 up.
Nice.
Looks like the Chosen not able to do any damage on them. And the zone center's right up. The Chosen in a great spot. Dope even better. And Hyper down to 2 players. Will they be able to fend off the push that's going to be coming?
Dope making some very good decisions here in the final day, Zute. This squad is getting hot right when it matters. Golden Eagles so far away from this zone. They can see it. There's only 36 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to leave Paradise and start running into this next circle. Ronnie barely gets in, but he's only got 27 seconds.
Yep, 27 seconds. Last one up. This is where you enter, Sanhok snake mode. Just snake behind teams and try and take one out if possible. The Panthers, looks like they made a rotation as well. They rotated from their previous compound and almost got all 4 players into this building, but they will lose 1.
Sometimes you got to make that sacrifice, rotating from one place to the other. Losing Quan so close is definitely going to hurt, though. Onder drowns. Soulfly setting up a trap with that gas can. For everybody that doesn't know, those gas cans do explode, so he puts in a couple shots where it only needs 1 in case a player tries to crest that spot. Oh, Fang had a wide open angle on the Chico, but YKG just too quick.
Uh-oh. Puppeteers and YKG. YKG definitely kind of on the back foot since it's the low ground, but they already got the opening shots in. And Fang gets the heal off. Smoke's coming down. Here comes the YKG swarm. So deadly when this team has all 4 focused on you, but the nade from Fang is good. It slows everything down. 24K also goes down. YKG not looking too hot.
And here comes Dong looking to clear things up. Gets the run over onto Joey. And now Dong is looking to catch this thing on the Fierce. Oh, but Fierce is clearing his squad out.
Fierce just got a 2-piece back-to-back, making it down to a 1v1. Oh, and he gets third-partied.
The brutal third party from across the way is going to be the demise of YKG. Dong looking to get some smokes out and try to pick up his teammates, but he might just have to leave them. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's just getting right on the edge of this circle, and he's going to tell his team to come to him.
Yeah. Oh, man. Fierce almost had a huge clutch. Fierce was in a 1v3 for a split second, and he made it a 1v1. But getting shot by, and Hyper, I think, was the player that shot him in the side. But Dong continues to live. Puppeteers continue to play this game, and the Dope team continues to get the circle blessings their way. Execute in a strong position, however, on that northern side. So I'll eat my words. Execute. Looks like they know what they're doing, and the Chosen now have to leave their compound.
Yeah, Execute definitely in a great spot here. But again, I don't like the fact that they're split just a little too far. I think they definitely need to group up and just start focusing at one area at a time. But then again, let's see if that ends up working out for them. So far, 0 eliminations for Execute, needing quite a few more. But man, a lot of these eliminations are getting taken right here, right now, Zute, from all these teams.
Yeah, points are dropping everywhere. And by points, I mean players. This circle is going to be a tough one. Only Dope and Execute pretty much comfortable in the zone. And the Panthers barely in on the edge. However, people are pushing, people are pressing. The smokes come down, blocking the sightlines of the Panthers. And the nades are coming in. The Panthers will have to defend from inside the building with no vision.
Zuko looking to get a nade, does tap Stevo a little bit. Wanted Vigilantes with nothing to lose at this point. Looking to just crush the dreams of some of these players at the top. Full of Puppeteers, full sending it on the other side. They do make it on in. Big nade trades coming out back and forth between Fishy and Zuko. Soulfly looking to get this nade. It looks good.
Oh,
Got him.
Soulfly, last one up, crawls through the window. Team is immediately decimated by the Panthers team, and the Panthers will live and get the revive, resetting back up to 3. Puppeteers, you called it out. And the chaos rotated in onto the edge of zone with their buggy. New zone shift already about to come out. Looks like Execute got a knock, or maybe a confirm even onto Dope in the new zone. Execute is big chilling up there on the high ground, overlooking everyone now.
Execute does have that Overwatch. This is their game to win. Can they do it with some eliminations under their belt? They already have 2, so they definitely have gotten that started. Looking to add quite a few more. Chronix, though, does catch Dong from the side. Let's see if he can get Fang as well. Fang in a very tough spot here. 1 nade and he's done for. He almost hopped that.
He's up. He's in. He's prone. Fang pops up, but all 3 Panther players are watching him, and Puppeteers go out. The Panthers rack up another point. Don't think they
There's
can do
Tensa.
much more. Yeah, Tensa catches Zuko, and they're watching this like hawks right now. They want these points. Tensa will go for that med kit. Goes
Well,
back
I'll
up
tell
to
you
full
what.
HP.
I'll tell you what, Zute, it's only Tensa looking at this here. The only player from this angle, if the rest of Execute was here, it would have been Yeezy wipes, but it looks like they don't need it. Tensa making it happen there. Catches Nate out in the open. Time to focus up on these other players as now all eyes are on Bomba across the street.
Nice shots
Casper
right there.
through the smoke.
Execute pretty much have this one in the bag right now. TC, the only team with 4 up, I believe, unless if Dope still has 4. Dope getting tagged up. Yeah, Dope looking like they're down to 3. The Chosen with 4, but Execute have control over everything. Even if the circle shifts off of Execute, they should be able to find a way in. Next circle about to come out. What's going to happen? Execute still get the zone at the top. This is their game to lose.
100%. This is where Execute works best, where the play is obvious, right? All they got to do is just focus on one area at a time. But at the same time, they are just keeping an eye on either direction, making sure that they don't
and
have
Hyper's still alive, Jukes.
Fate with the laydown almost gets knocked here. Great recoil control from QZZ. Just not able to get it done, though. Uh-oh. GK first.
Oh,
Trying
that's
to
a
catch the
push.
Chosen. Oh, the Chosen. Full sending it here. All Execute needs to focus on the right side.
There's no way Execute can lose this one. There's just no way. Shots coming in, and yeah, TC are getting cut down. Easy pickings for the Execute team here. And
Beautiful.
earlier I said this is Execute's, this is their game to lose, and by that I mean like if they throw, that's on them. They should win this one for sure. Next circle, they get it again.
Oh,
Now
it's
it's a
theirs.
4v3. This is theirs all the way. There is no way they could throw this one, but Dope has been on fire today. If they could pull off a miracle, it would be them.
Honestly, I think they've already done it, right? A second place finish with 3 eliminations. That's going to be some more points on the board. So regardless, if you're a Dope fan, you definitely got to be clapping right now because they are feeling really good. Execute in desperate need of points, though. They're trying to get into that critical top 5 position. Only a few seconds away, right? A couple right decisions, and this is a chicken dinner in the bag, one of many that they need.
That's a knock. 4v2 now. Execute can afford to get a little bit more aggressive, but look at this. They're very tentative. They've thrown games before, so they're not even going to risk a 4v2 rush. We saw Dope win a 2v4 because
That's
team
true.
threw it. Tensa will go down. Robert not traded and still almost full HP. This could get very bad.
Oh.
They get it. 3v1.
Juancho.
It should be done.
That was a huge, huge knock there from Juancho to shut down the possibility of Dope having another insane comeback. So Execute gonna get the winner chicken dinner inside of Sanhok right when they needed hit. Only a few games left here, Zute, and man, if you are Execute, I think you're just breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, I feel like this is deja vu. I feel like this is what Execute does. They just get so, it's just thin tight. So it's so scary watching this Execute team play because it's always like, are they gonna do it? They're dropping down. They're almost gonna get knocked out, and then they pull off a game like this, and then they're right back. I wouldn't say in it. They still need to close out the next 3 games and do well, but all of a sudden, you know, they're alive. They got a chance once again.
Oh, goodness gracious. This leaderboard is looking spicy, Zute. I can already see it coming. This is going to come down to the final game. We're going to see one game decide who's going to the next stage and who is staying home.
It's getting so super close right now. Execute. They could do it. So many teams still have a shot. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a break.
Man, I don't know what's going on here. This is one of the closest finals I've ever seen here in PUBG Mobile in like the 3-4 years I've been working here. It's insanely close, and we'll get to the overalls to show you exactly what we mean in a second, but we have some stuff to get through, like talking awesome stuff about Monster Energy, official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You know what, Seven? I feel like, you know when you see like the end of like a Formula 1 race or something like that, they take that big champagne bottle and they what if they do with the Monster Energy to the winning team?
That'd be sick.
That would be sick. I would like it too. Let's take a look at the match rankings here in just a second and get an idea of how many points the teams did get. The craziest thing to me, though, Seven, and I brought it up while we were watching, out of the 7 last remaining teams, 6 of those were in contention for top 5 or were already qualified in top 5 at the moment. Ridiculous to see that many teams still alive at the very end here. But Execute getting 20 points and Hyper getting 11. Honestly, and Hyper needed those 11 points. But then again, Dope's doing well. The Chosen did well again. And YKG, they did all right with 7. It's getting rough.
It is. You said it best. Like, it's been, I can't think of a previous PMPL or even going into Americas that it's been this close. And all the teams that are supposed to be getting the points are actually performing. I mean, the Chosen you mentioned there with 7 points, YKG with the 7 points coming all from eliminations, and then Puppeteer finally being able to collect some points before they go into one of their favorite maps, at least so far this finals. So far, everything seems to... We don't know who's going to be the champion, okay?
No,
if you
no
were to
idea.
ask me, I had 0 clue, Jason. And then we go here towards the second half. MEZEXIS, I mean, that's a team that definitely did the points. They were not able to perform, but I mean, many other teams are performing. And
Yeah.
by the way, Skills of Mine, they continue to be that spoiler role team to some of the other teams. They continue to mess people up. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were the ones that actually third-party YKG there in Sanhok.
And you finished him off, right?
Yep.
Man, it's getting tough. That's all I keep saying it, but it really is. I think this might be like the first finals where we just really don't know who the winner is most likely going to be. But let's see our overalls really quickly to give you guys a better understanding of how close everything is. First place, 145. Sixth place, 132. There's a 13-point difference between first and sixth place. How many times have we ever been able to say that, even in league stage?
Yeah, I can't think of any. By the way, that performance right there for Execute. So you're telling me there's a chance right now if they end up with a good chicken dinner and Puppeteer and the Panthers don't end up performing, like they could put themselves there within that 5th place. Now it's going to come down to some of the other teams, right? For Hyper, this is a good start. This is what I was saying. Like they did exactly what they did in day 1. They didn't perform well in the first 2 matches and they used Sanhok to kind of spring themselves for the next performances. Can they actually perform in Vikendi? If not, guess what? The Chosen, Puppeteer, the Panthers, they could pass them.
And I'm kind of hoping to see at least a little bit of passing at some point here, really put the pressure on these top teams and really force them to either turn into diamonds or just remain as coal as the pressure is mounting. And looking down, I mean, mobility, 16th place. Again, the cutoff's around like 12th place if you want to go up in the points and then into 8th. So it's going to be tough for those teams still. I keep saying tough. I need to find a new word to try to climb up to for some extra $500 in their pocket every single time they get to that new little stage. But let's focus in on Puppeteers and Execute here, because why not? I mean, Puppeteers, Execute. Puppeteers had a fantastic first day, really skyrocketed themselves up. Execute had a pretty okay day 1 and a pretty lackluster day 2. But day 3 started to look pretty good for them.
They really are. And I mean, right now, you can see they definitely outperformed them in that last match by being able to get more eliminations, by definitely being able to get more of those placement points. But now the big question mark, as I was hinting at, Puppeteers is going to be going into Vikendi, which they have been just absolute kings. The King Dong might end up showing up again, and I wonder if they're going to try to go for being able to get the 3 wins in Vikendi every single day. Execute needs to continue to play the way they've been playing, and we kind of seen a bit of a shift, right? They still go with certain splits, but at times the splits aren't as crazy as they used to be. They're at least a little bit more compact, and allows them to, if they need to pick up one of their teammates if it goes down, is a little bit faster, which is good out of Execute. I'm enjoying the changes that I'm seeing out of Execute.
Well, keep in mind, right, they're not playing with Jason today. They're playing with Wancho. So a little bit of a change up into day 3. How that's going to affect him, obviously, time will tell us. Let's take a look, though, at Vikendi's map stats here in the finals, because Puppeteers should be extremely far ahead of everyone because they've won, like you said, 7 both times we've had it. If they do it again, that might be that like final oomph they need to maintain top 5, honestly.
Yeah, and I feel like they definitely need to do it again if they want to make sure that they maintain that top 5, because the Panthers right now, even though they might not be here, guess what? Execute is up here with top performances. If Execute can actually put up a performance like that, and we just saw them get a win, if they can go back-to-back chicken dinners, I can definitely see them passing Puppeteers for that 5th spot.
All right, well, it's time to head into Vikendi. We have 3 matches left in total today, and it's going to be on Vikendi here to kick things off. Hot Jukes, Zute, please take it away.
Boom! Take it away is what we're doing, baby. We're going into the icy tundra. That's Vikendi Zute. This leaderboard is looking mighty sexy. What do you think about it? Well, Zute, you know what? I can hear you, bro. I heard everything you just said, and I know how hyped you are, baby. 600 UC given away at the bottom. Zute, talk to me.
Oh man, I was saying it's getting down to the wire, and I gotta agree with Jason. the leaderboards have never been closer, right? Usually there's at least a somewhat of a gap with first and second dropping down to third, right? But if you saw that top 5, it's points, single digits between
It
one
is
another.
points.
Yeah, like single digit points. It is. I've never seen it this close, and top 5 couldn't be more perfect in my opinion for
This
the
is-
cutoff to be right there.
This is ridiculous, Sute, because all right, let's rehash these numbers, okay? So YKG's in first place with 145 points, all right? In
Right.
5th place is Puppeteers with 134, okay? That's an
Yeah.
11-point gap, Sute, right?
That's
an
so
11
minuscule.
Point gap. So many times at tournaments before, we've seen that first, second place team have such a buffer that nobody could catch them, right? So we know that who's going to get
Exactly.
first, who's going to get second. This isn't the case here. Puppeteers, could, with especially the zone like this and where they land, they could be the first place team after this game, right? And we know that
Easily.
they body in Vikendi, right?
Mhm.
Dong on a roof, dangerous, all right? So all these teams, if I'm any team in the top 5, I am talking to my squad. You got to put those eyes down and you got to get to work, baby. Especially if you're Execute, right? All the way down in 7th place. Execute is 22 points away from Puppeteers, all right?
Yeah.
They need a chicken dinner right here, right now, honestly. And I'm not going to lie. With this Execute roster, seeing Juancho on the squad, they're feeling a little bit different, at least in my eyes here, Zute, because I saw Juancho get a very, very clutch knock that finished dope. So I think if Execute now, making a couple of mix-ups on the roster looking good, if they can continue that, they're going to be in a position to steal top 5 away from one of these teams. I think they need a top 3 finish in this game right here, right now.
Juancho might be the secret weapon they need, right? You told me you played some games with him, and Juancho told you if they lose, it's not their fault, right? You know what he didn't say?
What's that?
If they win and make that top 5, it's all him. And I think he's getting ready to drop
winked at
that.
me.
Hopefully.
He winked
Yeah?
at me, though. He did.
Oh,
he did.
okay.
I did get a
So-
little bit of a wink.
okay.
So I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good about it. Execute seems to be feeling good about it, right? Because they got a chicken dinner in the last game, right when they needed it. And I think just seeing their play style, they look to want to go to those same kind of strategies, Zute, but they tighten things up right when need be. And honestly, that rotation that they made wasn't the easiest one. And they did it perfectly to get that chicken dinner in the last match.
Yeah. I will say, I'm surprised TC did let them cross the water, though. If memory serves correct, they had sightlines of that cross, and it wasn't like Execute wrapped too far around. But hey, things happen. Execute, they made it through, and they clutched it out, and they did a great job at it. A team I want to talk a little bit more about, though, as we're, getting to the end, that I feel like deserves way more praise. And, once again, it seems like they just have a knack for flying under the radar. It's dope. This dope squad. What do you make of dope, shooting themselves up this high in the leaderboards and potentially being the champions? I mean, it's not a team that we, talk too much about during the league stage. And coming into the finals, they just out of nowhere playing so consistent, clutching games out, clutching a 2v4, back-to-back chicken dinners, from yesterday to the first game of today. Like, this dope squad, where is this coming from?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. They are that one mystery team. Okay, we see it every tournament. There's one squad that we don't talk a lot about that's kind of hiding under the radar, and last second they just bust out a crazy performance and could possibly steal the tournament away. Right? Right now, it's
Yeah.
dope. During league stage, it was MEZEXIS, as we see there, Vikendi stats. Now, MEZEXIS, unfortunately, they have 98 points going into this one. That is a 36-point gap? Oof. That's a lot.
That's a big gap. Yeah.
That's a big gap. It's not impossible, though, Zoo, right? It is
No.
not impossible it's chicken dinner time, though. They need,
Yes.
I say, a minimum 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner here. Huge fight. Massive fight.
This is going to
Sick.
determine a lot for Execute. And the first player already knocked for Execute. And Big Nate, he's got that DBS jukes. And he hits it. Tensa gets dropped. But double knock out from Casper. It's all up to Juancho. The man, the myth, the legend. Can he do it? 1v2 situation. He's up close. He's got the DBS. Gets one! But the trade! The trade from Zuko. If he got a two-piece right there, Juancho would have cemented himself
Puppeteers!
on that roster. Oh, no.
Puppeteers. This is huge for them. Oh, it's
They're
huge for
letting
the
rebounds.
Panthers. Oh, no, Faye knocks Quan. And now it's just Zuko. Zuko's going to be all by himself. It's done for. The Panthers are eliminated. This is the worst case scenario for the Panthers and for Execute. Zute, this was the 6th place team. This was the 7th place team.
Yeah.
Going down to the 5th place team.
Top 5 just got a little bit beefier. And it got a little bit harder to break in there, but another team trying their best right now. WALLSTREETBETS crashing on to Skills of Mind. Not looking like it's working out. They get one, or actually Skills of Mind is a team getting destroyed right now. It's down to 2 players, Wasted and Trex. Trex will catch one of Ji-Woon. D is Kubi are the last 2 up. 2v2 situation, close quarters combat. Wasted turns his back and gets knocked from the side.
DO9 just being that clutch factor player for WALLSTREETBETS. WALLSTREETBETS, though, so far down on these leaderboards. I mean, if they're down the well, all I can do is hear their voices as Kubi does show a little flash of light, Zute, but I'll tell you what, WALLSTREETBETS need a 20 elimination
too
chicken
late.
dinner here.
Yeah, it might be too late right now, but hey, put on a show. Good job defending that right there. Taking very sporadic shots right there to NHyper. Maybe trying to send a message like, come get some. But NHyper will just chill and play their game, because NHyper, by the way, Jukes, is in the center of this zone. They are like dead center.
What a way to start this match, Zute. I think everybody right now needs to stop and say a little prayer for the wrists of all the Puppeteer fans out there, because they must be in a lot of pain, Zute, from doing non-stop cartwheels after what we just saw, because that was the best case scenario.
The best 2 teams to take out, yeah.
Literally the best thing to happen for the Puppeteers. That play could have been the ticket punch for them to the next stage.
Yeah, and it's not just the Puppeteers. Everyone in the top 5, you know, is rejoicing with a little bit of joy, because the top 5, the spread is not that big. Any one of them could have been knocked out and overtaken by the 6th or 7th place team. But with the 6th and 7th place team down and out already, sure, the Panthers got 4 points, but that's not enough. So the top 5, all of them are happy seeing that. But the Puppeteers, they're the most happiest, right? With that 3 points and them being the 5th place team, like you mentioned.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, 2 teams, well, pretty much all the teams need to watch out, though, because YKG, Dope, NHyper, and The Chosen can't afford to go out with a goose egg here, right? If they put up some good, solid points, it could be just enough gap, right, to close the door on these teams like the Panthers and Execute that are trying to pass them up. So if they go out with a goose egg now, that door is still open, Zoo. So they're not done
You're
yet.
absolutely right. There's still 2 more games after this. The Panthers or even Execute can still clutch out a big one. Puppeteers right now looking to take that 1st place away, and Vikendi is their best map to do it, because, man, their Vikendi stats have been insane.
Puppeteers is just ridiculous on Vikendi. It is insane. Next time I'm going to go on up. I would bet, I'll bet the house that it goes dead center, Zute, in typical Vikendi fashion.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hard shifts rarely ever happen, and we've had this circle so many times, and Puppeteers are playing in the same spot. They know how to play this circle, especially if it ends around their area. Next circle, about to shift on out. The Chosen doing a huge preemptive scout. You can see Gachi all the way down there right next to Puppeteers. And it looks like he might be pulling back. New circle comes out and it centers just as predicted. We won't see too much action in this zone, I believe, because everyone's pretty much set up.
And that's typical. This is very typical of Vikendi here. So this zone not making a difference. The great thing about Vikendi is that it gives these IGLs a lot more time to come up with a game plan on when that zone 4, zone 5 close happens, because that is going to be critical on trying to figure out how to get into the next space. The Chosen split up in this position, Zute.
Gotta hit those.
Yep. Fishy
Chosen.
looking. Fishy getting away with it.
On a snowmobile. I don't know how he managed to do that, but he did. He makes it back to his team. It seems like, yo, what happened to you?
Yeah, Fishy said, whoo! Oh, that was a close one. But honestly, it's over for one of Vigilantes. So, what do you think is going to go through these teams' heads, Zute, right? I mean, a lot of these squads are done and dusted at this point. So, I wonder what their game plan is going into these last couple of matches.
I think it's just autopilot at this point. You know, it's like let's just play the games, do what we can, call it a day. We had a good run, right? That's pretty much it.
I think we're gonna, and this is the toxic part, is that for teams that need points like Execute, right? Last game, we might just see a lot of these bottom squads just full send everybody, right? Just say, you know what, we're done for, tournament's over. Let's just push, have fun, try to make some highlight reel plays. And when that happens, that eliminates so many players early on. And for teams that desperately need elimination points, their chances of getting them are going to be so slim, Zoo.
Or it could work the other way around, right? They might be the teams, like Execute might be the team that gets pushed on, and it's free points for them. It could happen that way, but typically you'd rather not be in that position, right? Where you are on your last game and you have something to fight for and everybody else is just going haywire. That's typically not the situation you want to find yourself in.
Well, Execute's in that position, and they're going to be in that position because they're too far down on this leaderboard, Zute. Like, unless they have a 20 elimination chicken dinner in the next game. But good luck with that, especially with how some of these teams have been playing recently. MEZEXIS is still in this, Sue. Okay? MEZEXIS are quite a bit away. Like I said, they are 36 points away from touching the top 5. They have a good spot here in Movatra. I think if I'm MEZEXIS, you're taking these roofs and you are looking to get crazy eliminations right now.
I 100% agree with that one. New circle did shift. It went a little bit more towards the west, so towards Movatra. Of course, there's still so much of the zone in place here. Might see one team go out during this circle on rotation or taking a crash fight at a compound. And just as I say that, it looks like it's Wanted Vigilantes getting crashed upon by YKG.
Can Wanted Vigilantes make a highlight play? Can they show the world that they could take out YKG? What do you think, Sute? You think it's going to happen?
There's a small chance, but I'm definitely betting on YKG. I'm looking at my map feed. It's slightly delayed, and what actually happened was YKG was rotating by, and Wanted Vigilantes took some shots, and YKG circled back to take this fight, and
K19!
All right, things just got interesting here, Jukes.
Teams are full sending, Zoo. Teams are full sending, looking to make some highlight reel plays and etch their name into PUBG Mobile history as legend and squad looking to push. Wanted Vigilantes. You know that YKG is hearing this. Yep, and Chico starts off with a nice elimination on a Soulfly, or knock on a Soulfly.
Fishy playing
Fishy.
cat and mouse, playing for a little too long, gets shot in the back and through the smokes. I believe both teams are getting cut to pieces, and that is perfect for YKG.
Chico gets knocked by Fang. That's Puppeteer. So Puppeteer's
where
getting
is
in the
that?
mix of looking from across the way. And I think
he
they might
finishes.
just push this.
Puppeteers, they finished Chico, and yeah, here comes the Puppeteers. I don't know if they're going to do full committal push. They've been hot right now, and Vikendi's their map. They're getting closer, and I think with them taking out Chico, they realize, oh, that's YKG. Let's back off just a little bit.
K19 Esports eliminated. That's a tough choice, though, Zoo. They might just want to gatekeep them, though, because if you eliminate YKG, that's the top place team. And Puppeteers, with a good game here, they can steal first place here and now.
1000%. Puppeteers get the zone. Also, YKG will have to head their way. YKG can avoid them pretty easily. There's still a lot of space to work with, but the zone did shift in a way where Puppeteers have a chance to gatekeep if they spread out a little bit more. So YKG, they're going to try and see if they could get an opening. It's a 3v4 situation, but of course, that never stops YKG. They play like a four-man team all the time, and that is why Joey finds the opening and wanted Vigilantes. They turn tail and run from the fight.
Fears looking to pick up that point on a Soulfly. Instead, yep, gonna do a nice little through 180. And full send it on into this next zone. Phoenix Esports eliminated. Puppeteers, 6 eliminations to their name. As we're gonna see Fears make a big rotation, and it's on to Puppeteers.
Oh, they get one, 24K.
MP5K.
Phase down. Oh, they might get the point. Fears does drive in and confirms the point as well. Fears goes down. It's all up to 24K. A nade. Oh, doesn't connect. Fang jumping with that DBS. 24K could still win this. Close range. It's getting tight. Waiting for the support out of Puppeteers. And there we go. Puppeteers lose one player, however.
Doesn't matter, though, because, oh my goodness, was that a massive play for Puppeteers, taking out YKG, and the whole lobby saw that, Zute. And I'll tell you one team that definitely did. It's Hyper and Dope Slayers.
Yeah, Puppeteers did a great job, but you got to keep in mind, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd are really close to first place as well. So just because Puppeteers got the finish doesn't mean they get any bonus points. They do pick up those nice 8 eliminations. However, next circle goes down to the south. MEZEXIS, you mentioned it. If MEZEXIS can get a huge win, close things out, play aggro here, that puts them just barely in the running for top 5.
MEZEXIS needs to unleash the beast right now because, like you mentioned, 5th place, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 2nd through 5th are still alive here. They're gonna put points on the board, and MEZEXIS, it needs to catch up to them. So if I'm MEZEXIS, I am saying, hey, let's start cooking with gas here, getting it going.
Talk about getting it going. Dope is another team in that top 5 looking to get more points. They're stuck in a shack, however, and team mobility of all teams looking to cut them down. Shots raining in. It does connect. Blinky doing a good job. Dope. One player ejecting out of the shack. That's a smart choice. And it looks like they're going aggro. They stop the revive to take the fight, and Blinky gets another one through the smoke. Can Blinky do this? Blinky's still got a teammate in the form of Trey. Dope is doing everything they can to win the scrap fight.
Hayuya knocked, giving some information to his teammates as Robert's going for those thirsts. He knows I need to get as many points as I can because they get eliminated. So that is the 2nd place team and 1st place team out already. And Hyper, the Chosen and Puppeteers are screaming for joy and looking to pass them up.
Yeah, Blinky with a four-piece there. He got all 4 of those players. Next zone, or hold on, next zone's not even up yet. We're just in the midst of all the chaos. The Chosen still need to rotate. I think they lost all their cars right there. They are nowhere close to the zone. They have 4. They need to look to just get points, and get points they will. I think they managed to get at least 1, maybe 2, I think. Yeah, I think they got both of those, and now they got to go on foot and just shoot their way in. And, well, I don't know if they have enough smokes to make this cross all the way to zone, but they're going to try, Jukes.
This is getting spicy here. Now, this is a massive fight between the Chosen and Puppeteers. This is the 4th and 5th place teams going at it. Dong looking to hold it down, but the pressure from the Chosen is too strong.
Oh, MEZEXIS getting involved from distance. MEZEXIS is cutting Puppeteers down, Jukes.
The third party.
They're down to 1.
MEZEXIS needs to full push this. Like, MEZEXIS, even though they're in that zone, they need every one of these eliminations right now. They can't afford for these teams to be up any longer.
I don't think they know the Chosen's pushing up here on foot. And oh, hold on. Reckless tries to make it happen with the DBS. Does not. Any last one up. No smokes. And
Got
there
him.
we go. MEZEXIS will clean that one out. MEZEXIS only 4 elimination points, however. They need to reach their heads out even more, Jukes.
That's what I was saying. It's like they should have left a little earlier because all those elimination points just got soaked up, and they did eliminate the teams that they needed to. But at the same time, Hyper is still up. And if you're MEZEXIS, you need every single elimination point left in this lobby. And it still might not be enough here, Zoo.
No. And Hyper, by the way, making it up to top 4. And Hyper just, I guess you could say this is clutch. It's not the clutch I had in mind
First
for
one.
Hyper, but just consistency won't get them the points. Yeah, that's another one from MEZEXIS.
Nice explosion of the gas can.
Golden, pushing
MEZEXIS,
up.
Remix needs to come to this side. Like, they need every elimination point. There's only a handful left. They know it. Trick gets the knock on a Baby Tank. That's going to be huge to open things up. Rest of MEZEXIS a little bit slow to this fight, but it may not matter because Peralta's doing a great job of applying pressure here.
Yeah, doing a really good job of staying alive. He's by himself there.
Oh, that's a great molly. That's a great molly.
The supporting sightlines keeping Peralta up here. Peralta will have to move from that molly. Tries to get some more heals off. MEZEXIS is playing extremely split. They're scared of getting third-partied if they full commit on this.
Well, it doesn't matter at this point because they need every single one of these elimination points. At a certain point, you got to realize the chicken dinner isn't enough, Zoo. You got to get it done with those elimination points. That nade misses the mark. You can see the nerves coming out big time on the side of MEZEXIS.
Golden Eagles can't deal with Peralta. He's right there, and finally Beowulf makes a play, and that's the confirmation
This is
as
a
well,
misplay.
just as the smoke comes down. Very well timed for Golden
This is a
Eagles.
misplay for MEZEXIS. They are focused on way too much right now. They need to be worried about one team at a time. Remix is lucky he survived that grenade because WALLSTREETBETS is now coming. MEZEXIS, I think it's only Remix. Tricked is looking in this direction as well. That's going to help him out. As the play zone eliminates Hyper. What a nade, though, from Remix. The pressure,
Huge
too
nade.
strong.
That one's good too. WALLSTREETBETS down to 1. Remix, however, extremely low. There's still 2 members of Golden Eagles. Only 1 member of Golden Eagles. And D, did he get one just now? Oh, the things are falling apart slowly for MEZEXIS. They can still recover, though. They have the positioning. They have the zone. They have everything working in their favor right now. But they can't do any more slip-ups.
Here comes D, though, with the DBS. He's going to do a 1v1 situation with Trick. That Molotov is going to force him out from that rock. D, oh, getting that pressure inactive. So clutch!
Oh, no! MEZEXIS loses that fight right there. It's all down to inactive. Jukes, you said they needed the chicken dinner and more. I don't even know if they will get the chicken dinner at this point.
Inactive with the most critical nade of his career. Too far. Does he have another? He has a Molotov. And the squad wiper. If there's any weapon to pick up here, it's that one. He doesn't have to worry about WALLSTREETBETS getting points, but he needs the rest of this lobby. That Molotov missing the mark as well. Inactive has the hill.
I don't think he could pull this off, Jukes. Inactive. He's got too many people looking his way. It's possible, though. He has a zone. He can let these two teams fight it out first. Golden Eagles and Wall Street Bets. Inactive needs to time this very well. He smokes off his right-hand side. He knows that's the side he needs to worry most about as Beowulf trying to pincer him in, Jukes.
D gets finished, and honestly, that's a tough loss right there because MEZEXIS needed every single one of these elimination points. He's got the squad wiper. Can he do the 1v2? He needs it. Beowulf pressing the action. I think he sees a limb. Popped out, and the Golden Eagles take it away from MEZEXIS. And honestly, Zute, they should have had it.
Yeah, MEZEXIS, they had so many different opportunities to win that game. First, it was against Golden Eagles when Peralta doing so much on his own, getting a knock from his support sidelines, but they didn't push it in. They didn't clear it out. And then the split they held to defend against Wall Street Bets, that also fell apart when they should have taken it and won that one. So I think that's another team that's just, in my opinion, out for the running.
Yeah, honestly, if you lose that kind of situation, you're not going to make it to the next stage. I mean, that's just so tough. I hate to say it. I hate to be critical. At the same time, it's just you have to be aware that these splits are what is making you lose, okay? Focus together, one team at a time. It's just too high level to try to take on a squad 1v3, 1v4. Even if that whole team is wide out in the open, they're going to turn on you and knock you all day long, Zoo.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jukes, but there's still more games to come. Maybe teams could tighten up a little bit more. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a quick break.
You know, I feel bad for the Golden Eagles because it's great they got a chicken dinner, but at the end of the day right now, they are not a team in contention for top 5 or for the championship, and that's what we're really focused on at the moment. So it's a good job by them to close things out. It's a good job by MEZEXIS to get some extra points coming in. But 7, we have to keep our eyes focused on the prize here as we'll take a look at the match rankings so we get an idea of where teams did get points, because one of the important teams here, the Puppeteers, they got themselves 12, and look who's missing on the front page.
They did, and they did it in such a big way. I mean, just to go back to a right execute, eliminates the Panthers, eliminated by the Panthers, and then Puppeteer comes in and decides to eliminate the Panthers too. That was so great by Puppeteers, because we've seen this team go from not wanting to take early on fights for them to fully be aware of the situation and be like, if we can take that out, if we can secure some extra points, that's going to put us in a great spot going into the last 2 matches. So great stuff out of Puppeteers there. And then we see the Chosen being able to get 8 points and Hyper being able to get 7 points. Dope Slayers with the 5. And if there's one team that you're thinking of, has to be YKG.
Yeah, on the second page here, we're going to see where they are. I mean, thing is, it has been a marathon event, right? We're in our 4th week, but this is the worst time to falter right at the finish line. YKG were leading in the overalls, but I'm not too sure they're going to be leading much longer here. But another team that's struggling, Execute, man. That start to the game, as you were talking about or watching, that's unfortunate for not only them and the Panthers, to be fair.
Yeah, for Execute, I feel like going back to game 1, same thing happened. They have a slimmer chance of hope, right? Especially after that win that we just saw out of them in Sanhok. And then everything just gets absolutely shut down. They were not prepared for that engagement so early on. You couldn't ask for anything worse to happen to your team if you're Execute.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's going to affect them, obviously. I mean, there's still 2 matches left to go, but they have to pop off here. So we'll take a look at our overalls to see how many points they technically are behind our 5th place. Remember, 5th place is going to be the bubble here. And we can see Dope Slayers. We have a new champion right now. They are ahead of Hyper, technically, because of the winner-winner chicken dinner tiebreaker.
Jason. Top 5 teams are separated by just 3 points. And we have 4 teams tied anyways. I love this. I love this. This is maybe one of my favorite final days ever of doing PUBG Mobile Esports NA. But the way the Chosen putting up the points that it needed to do, YKG now dropping to that 4th place, and Puppeteer creating at least somewhat of a gap. This is what I was mentioning. It was such an important fight for this team to be able to eliminate the Panthers, creating at least a 10-point gap, and that can be a lot, especially because we have seen what Puppeteer can do. Sometimes they can just disappear, not put up good performances. And if that's the performance that's going to allow you to maintain a top 5 situation and go to Americas, that's exactly what you need.
It's insane that 3 points separate 1st and 5th. Like, it really is. You see Execute, they're about 30 points off. So again, they have to have some pop-off games here. I mean, Golden Eagles, they get themselves the chicken dinner, they move up. If anything, actually, they might have gotten themselves an extra $500 in their pocket, to be fair. That little bit of a jump up in prize pools. So that's actually a big win for them, to be honest, if they can stay ahead of Wanted Vigilantes. But man, 3 points separating our top teams. We got to take a look at one of our top teams, our technically 2nd place team right now with Hyper, and kind of compare how their stats have been today. I'm just leaving it there because it's not good.
Yeah, this is if you would have told anybody, this is how Hyper is going to be performing in the last day of finals, everybody will be shocked. I mean, only 2 players are currently averaging a 1 element match. Rin with not even 100 damage per game. This is not the Hyper we're used to now. And I feel like with this teams, with Hyper and YKG not performing with what we saw during league stage, it's allowing some of these other teams that didn't have those extra bonus points. It's allowing these other teams that are having good performances, good consistency. I'm looking at Dope Slayers to actually challenge for that championship.
Speaking of Dope Slayers, why don't we just take a look at their stats here so far yesterday versus, well, not so far yesterday, today versus yesterday. Get an idea of how they're doing. I mean, they've already matched and passed their eliminations with 2 matches left to go, and the damage doesn't necessarily need to be as high as yesterday because they have more limbs. It just means they're being more efficient, means they're sniping some extra limbs here or there, and they're currently 1st place, 7. I remember you said at the start of finals day 1 that you expect either Hyper or YKG to be winning this. What if Dope comes forward and wins? Are you gonna wax your eyebrows on air?
No, get out of here. First of all, I would be shocked because of how lackluster the performance out of YKG and Hyper have been, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
And for Dope Slayers,
understand.
I would be impressed at the consistency that this team has been able to do. By the way, a quick little stat out of Dope Slayers: the team has won the last match from day 1 and day 2. The other teams that are looking to challenge for that championship, they need to watch out for that.
All right, well, we're going to see. You guys make sure to fill out that survey as you saw down or below the screen. On the screen, it's going to be posted up in chat and give us your feedback on the show. And also, as you can see, the PMPL Special Crate going on until the 30th of April. So you still have about 13 days left to get that one done and picked up as much as you wanted to. But it's time to head into our penultimate match here of our entire league, our entire season of spring. Let's throw it over to Zute and Hot Jukes to take it away.
2 more matches left to go in the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Finals. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. 600 UC code right there at the bottom of your screen, folks. It all comes down to this. Who is going to be crowned our champion? Zute, at this point,
Man,
it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's. It's anybody in the top 5's game. Did you see that point spread?
Oh, I saw it too.
What was it? 3 points between first and fifth? First and
Unbelievable.
fifth? Like, the Deaths was talking about it, and yeah, like, Seven had a chuckle at that. He's just like, there's no way. There's no way this is, like, before that last game happened, right? Jason was saying, I have not seen a tighter spread. It just got even tighter coming into this game. And there's only one more after this, Juice. Oh my god. First place has never been so close, yet so far for so many of these teams.
The playing path looking beautiful. You couldn't ask for a better one here. This zone, so tried and true. This is going to be a good one for the side of YKG, Zute, because they finally get a playing path that allows them to land in their spot of El Pozo, one of the highest tier loot areas in the game. Now, we've been hinting at it all tournament long, Zute. We're now here in the final hours, and for a lot of these teams, pretty much over half of them, right? It's over. Right? The tournament is done for. They know that they are going to go home. What's on their agenda? What is on their mind? Could it be one of the top teams that shot their boxes? Right? Maybe one of the teams that trash talked them a little bit earlier on? Or maybe they're just looking to make a highlight reel play and stand out for the hopes of one of these top squads looking to pick them up off of their roster. Anything can happen here, Zoo. And honestly, I'm waiting to see it. I think it's about that time that these teams break out of the norm and realize that, hey, you know what? We got to do something different here and now. Let's do it.
Gotta agree with you. I think second to last game, we're going to see something similar to the previous game where the aggression is just ramped up, right? The second a fight is about breakout, they just commit. So I think that's what we're going to see here. But the very last game, I think, is when we'll get something like even spicier, like just straight up targeting a team, just dropping on them. So this game, it seems like no one's hot dropping each other. Everyone's playing normal for now, but I do believe this game's going to be a little bit more quicker than others in terms of, you know, the early game engagements. Dope and Hyper tied in points right now for first. Dope, of course, beating them out by the tiebreaker for now, which is the winner chicken dinner. And Hyper, they bounce back. I was saying, I don't think they have that clutch factor to win the tournament. And, with the points literally tied right now, Jukes, there's nothing else that you need besides clutch right now to take that first place trophy home for yourself. But this isn't even the last game. There's still one more before we could really see what's about to happen.
Oh boy, I am getting excited, Zute, because I am looking at Execute. They realize what needs to be done if they want to stand a chance at making it to the next stage. And it's getting really, honestly, way too close for comfort. For them, they already have one elimination, Zoo. What do you think it's going to take for you to believe in Execute at this point?
Oh, man. I think they need to change their play style drastically. The way they play, when done very correctly, is like not super big wins, right? They just play it slow, you know, control the edge, and pick up points and maybe a winner chicken dinner, but not insane amount of points. Not like the way, you know, sometimes that YKG or Puppeteer does it when they're just very aggressive. So Execute, they just need to play extremely aggro, which is something that, you know, we haven't really seen out of that team. And I think that's the only way they could get it done. And, well, they started off with getting a knock and confirmation onto Puppeteers. Yep.
They have the full send. Full send Puppeteers.
They need to start hunting. That was a split, though. Fang, I'm looking on the minimap. He's a ways away from the rest of the team, and he just got caught.
Well, they need to hunt him down. Like, Execute needs to hunt down Puppeteers with a ferociousness that we have never seen from them, because they have a 33-point gap, Zute. There's only 2 points left, and yeah, Puppeteers full drive away. Because honestly, let's be real, right? More cash money is great. Top 5 is a must, right?
Yes.
Puppeteers would much rather be safe in the top 5 than risk it going for a higher placement point, right? Now, they could still win this tournament, absolutely. But they want that security.
They're fine.
This vehicle switched. Oh, they're lucky. Yeah,
Execute's
just
far away.
Just, yeah. It looked like they were on top of that hill, but a little too far away. And they're going to be fortunate for them. But I am so shocked not to see Execute just full driving around looking to eliminate Puppeteers here.
I mean, to be fair, Execute did drive quite a bit after picking up that knock. They drove. It's just that the Puppeteers was that split. Like, 2 of the Puppeteers, remember, were still in Cruz de Valle when they got the knock. And the knock was like around water treatment. That is like 1,500 meter plus separation there. So Execute, they looked, but they couldn't find it. But they are doing what you're saying. They're trying to find these points. They're trying to take out at least one of the teams in the top 5. Because, you know, honestly, Execute could take out any of the teams in the top 5. Because it's not like one of the teams have that much more points than another. So all 5 teams in the top 5 are kind of in a similar situation to Puppeteers as far as it comes to, you know, trying to stay in that top 5.
Well, I'm going to say this now, Zute. If 2 things need to happen. Execute or another team need to take out one of these top 5 teams early. They need to pull out a goose egg, right? And then on top of that, Execute needs I'm gonna say 17-point chicken dinner.
Right now.
17 eliminations, not a point less or a lot points more in order to stand a chance here, Zoo. Honestly. Minimum.
It's a tough task. And I don't think I've seen any team in history be able to pull off that big of a comeback with only 2 games left. So I want to believe, but it is a tough ask for the Execute team.
17 points. That's what I'm going to leave it at. I do not think Execute can do it with anything less than a 17-point chicken dinner here and now. Next zone about to pop. Where's it going? Oh, it goes quite a bit down the ways. It's pretty centered up from the map, but quite a bit far away from the side of Execute. This is going to be just south of Monte Nuevo. Let's see. I'm taking a look now. The Panthers definitely have a shot at this here, Zute. They are going to need, I would say, well, honestly, just a solid chicken dinner. A solid chicken dinner and some decent elimination points, and they're in the run of this as well.
I'm taking a look at the positions of the other teams. YKG in a great position right there near the middle. And Hyper as well, rotating now towards the center. The Chosen coming in from the northeast. All of these teams I'm mentioning are basically, you know, in that running for the championship. Remember, 1st and 5th place separated by only 3 points. So whenever I mention top 5, it's not like one team has more points than the other. Just think that they're all pretty much tied right now.
Let's see what QZZ...
Oh, Dope.
Knocking Dope is critical. And I guarantee you, if Hyper gets a finish and realizes this is Dope, I think they're going to get aggro here.
I don't know about that, Jukes. You got to remember, Hyper is not a super aggro team. They're positioning up to get a little bit more aggressive. But I don't expect a full send, because remember, even if they take out Dope, there's still another team. There's still 3 other teams right behind Hyper's neck
doing it by
when it comes to
though.
points.
QZZ is doing this by himself. The rest of the team not close by. He is risking this big time.
Oh, he could have gotten knocked right there.
And he's about to. Oh, that was so clutch.
That was risky. Hyper. That's what I'm saying. They're not known for doing these aggressive plays, and you see why. Like they're just not comfortable with it.
And this is what I think is separated. This is what I think is the reason why they're so down on these leaderboards, right? And by so down, I mean where they could be if they decided to make those commitments. Because I think with that knock going against Dope, I think they could have had that.
They don't know it's Dope though. They don't know it's dope. And
Well,
they're so
we're-
center jukes. They're so center jukes.
But that was still a
Look at how
very
many
bad play,
teams-
though. No matter who
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was.
Yeah, no, that was a bad play. They shouldn't have done anything at all, basically, is what I think. They get the knock, and then, all right, you know, see if you could do more from distance. Otherwise, you don't just commit one player. They're surrounded by so many teams. And in Hyper, they're just, I mean, in Hyper, all the 5 teams are so close in points.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's gotta do. You gotta do one or the other. Full commits to one play. But yeah, splits like that are the reason why your team could get eliminated early on, and your dreams can be crushed. Honestly, we shouldn't even be really keeping an eye on either of these squads, as they don't really matter for contention at the top 5 point. But it's good to see if maybe one of them can make a highlight reel play.
They're trying. Skills of mine on the defense. Phoenix going aggro here. Trying to get every little point they can. Maybe get that highlight reel you're mentioning. Ronnie going up the stairs. M4 pre-fire is good. Threads it through that doorway. And here comes the second challenger, and Ronnie will get that 2-piece for the team. Get the heal off. Next circle did shift down, though. So YKG, they have to travel a little bit further south. They're currently on the edge of zone. In Hyper
Joey!
now find themselves on the edge of zone.
Joey gets a knock on Puppeteers. That is something I really want to keep my eyes on, because that is 2 teams very, very close on the leaderboards here. It looks like it was just a knock from distance. Not seeing the feed light up just yet. I'm taking a look at the map feed, and yeah, these 2 teams are quite close together. But so far, so good. We may even see Execute press up on a YKG in just a minute here, Zoo.
Yeah. Right now, WALLSTREETBETS taking the fight.
Dawn goes
continuing the
down.
fight. Oh. It's just long distance knocks from what I could tell from the map feed. So no full committals. And Puppeteers, they're in an area of the map with a lot of ridges. He's probably safe for now. The only real action with potential deaths is still right here, centered on this fight. This is the center of the circle, pretty much. And Ronnie finally gets dated. WALLSTREETBETS going in for the kill. Diamond's trying to mount a successful defense and will finally go down.
That's Phoenix Esports eliminated. Again, not a team in the contention right now. YKG 24K getting a knock on the Nemesis, looking to put some points on the board. And now, yes, this is what we were really trying to look at. Puppeteers and YKG a good little distance away from each other. YKG doing a 2-2 split. What do you think about that here, Zoo?
I mean, YKG, not really known for their splits, but they don't really make too many huge mistakes either.
Oh,
And Hyper, ooh, QZZ is down. 1 player knocked. That's going to be a tough revive, and they're going to want every single player up. The question is, do they just play with 3 to try and maintain a top 5, or do they go for this revive and have the punching power to get that first place at the end of the day? It looks like they will go for the revive. A little bit of a risk. GK first far in the back, providing a lot of info and Overwatch. And BOPE, they need to get a little more aggressive. That nade was huge. No knocks, though. And there's a suppressive fire. There's the push from BOPE.
Huge knock from Kindness. Massive knock to just stop that pressure and allow Hyper to reset a little bit here. Fuego looking to crush the dreams of Hyper. If Hyper gets finished here, I mean, this could be that one fight that determines if they're able to make it into the top 5 and stay there, or get relegated down.
And Hyper just a step too fast for BOPE. Immediately responding and cutting down the sightlines of BOPE, corralling them into this position. At first it was BOPE that was getting this surround, but Hyper just are a bit too fast for them. And BOPE getting cut down. Hyper picking up much needed points. And there we go. BOPE down to just 1. Hyper outmaneuvering BOPE. The only team that I've seen to outmaneuver Hyper would have to be Puppeteer.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay, they're fine. Gets the full revive. 3 points for the side of Hyper.
Those were must-needed points. Oh, so clutch for them to survive that with all the players up. And you can see YKG's Saw and Hyper get some eliminations, and they cannot let that sit. So YKG looking to get aggressive here. Push onto Dope right outside of the zone. Here they go.
This
Full
is the first
stand on
place
up.
team.
First place squad. Bray standing 0.000 chance against Joey. Goes down. And Fears getting that thirst on the Bray is going to be another point on the board for them. And Hyper with 3. Execute with 2. YKG with 2 as well. And like I said, for a team like Execute, they're going to need at least 17 eliminations and a chicken dinner. And one of these teams needs to go out now.
Yeah, Puppeteers.
Could be Puppeteers.
Getting knocked again. Reckless gets finished this time around.
Oh,
Puppeteers down to 2.
Execute needs to full send them. That
Oh.
nade! Q and Hyper versus YKG. This is huge.
I think they know this is YKG as well. They were right there when the shot's gone off, when YKG picked up Dope. Oh, if that nade bounced just an inch more, that could have been over for YKG, but they'll get the revive, and most importantly, they don't give in Hyper a chance to aggress on them any further.
I think QZZ is that guy that wants to push this, but the rest of his team is just not coming with him. So QZZ forced to just sit back and watch as the possible push is now gone completely down to 0. YKG gonna stay alive a little bit longer.
If the nade went off, I think in Hyper would actually go ahead and
That's
make
a
the play.
guaranteed one, but I
on
still
that
think that
push,
they
yeah.
should have risked it a little earlier. But I think and Hyper's so hesitant. They just realize that, you know what? They're so smart. They just know
not their
that
strength.
we need points.
not their
We
strength.
just need some good solid points, and this is in the bank. Let's not risk
Yeah.
it.
I'm perfectly fine with that. They should play to their strengths right now because they're not in a desperate situation. So no need to play to something that they're not used to doing. Now, if the tables are flipped, if it was YKG doing
Oh.
what we just saw, yeah, they would push. In this circle, well, YKG and Hyper will probably have to fight. Team Mobility nearby, I think, will stay in that compound. Puppeteers, you see, it's just Faye up. Puppeteers will be taken out very shortly, in my opinion.
Yeah, and honestly, like I said, Execute needs to make sure that they're the ones to do it because they need a ton of points here. Now, this is a pretty solid circle. If they could take out Wanted Vigilantes and Puppeteers here, that door is going to open up. And I think, yeah, one of the members from Wanted Vigilantes goes down. Versa, just trying to take some shots. Again, these are the 2 squads we need to look at, YKG and then Hyper. And Joey just getting pieced up. His Marauder's going to explode any second now. He's going to be the one to do it. The
The
calm
Chosen,
before
by
the
the way,
storm.
are down to 1. That's one of the teams in that top 5. So the Chosen and Puppeteers. 2
Fourth and
teams in the
fifth.
top 5. Yep, down to 1 player.
That is brutal.
The Panthers on a huge push right now. 4v3 against Wall Street Bets. Nate on fire and not in a good way. We'll run back to safety. Should be able to get a heal off. Wall Street Bets. Nate in hand, Exotic. Nate's the corner, finds nothing.
Do or die situation for the Panthers. The Panthers need to win this fight. They do not have any eliminations yet. And they have some catching up to do against these squads. Fortunately for them, like we said, the team right above them, Puppeteers, is only down to 1 with 0 eliminations. So if you're the Panthers, you gotta get it done here against Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets have been taken out by much less, unfortunately, by, Dope. Taking them out in pretty simple fashion. Can the Panthers replicate that, though? Can they channel their inner Dope Slayers?
A Persian. They get close, using the vehicle and smokes. That buggy is a little dangerous. Zuko better get out of the way. He does. Looks like they will take the roof. Second floor, putting in shots, almost finding the angle. So close for Nate, but no cigar. Execute. They're making moves in the elimination feed, but this is the big fight right now for the side of the Panthers. Nothing happening just yet, but they're claiming ground.
Puppeteer's
They're claiming
gone.
territory. That is Puppeteer's out.
Puppeteers eliminated. with only, I believe, 1 point. The door's open. The Panthers realize it. And this next zone is about to pop. So I think once that does, the Panthers are going to have to force this engagement. It's risky, but they need to get it done.
Next zone shift will dictate a lot. The Panthers trying to find a free opening, just not able to. Execute putting some shots from distance, trying to just keep their heads down so the Panthers have some breathing space to focus a little bit more on this fight. WALLSTREETBETS just not giving them even an inch, not even a centimeter. Just playing so quiet, making it very difficult for the Panthers team to make something happen. And next zone pops in, it's close by. That gives the Panthers some more time, essentially, to work this out. Pops the door open, Nate. The fight's finally breaking out. They're pushing in. Kubi gets one. Here comes the follow. He gets the finish on Nate. That is terrible for the side of the Panthers. And they finally take out the fight, but Nate is gone. Nate is not anymore with them in this lobby.
And I'll tell you what, the rest of the Panthers, their heart rate has got to be racing right now. And Zuko is racing right into Baby Tang. Beautiful shots in return, though. Quad clutching it up for his squad. Gets traded. Apollo, 99K, gets knocked as well. Zuko clutching it up. Chronix driving up. One more player. You need these points. That nade, dangerous. But Chronix is even more dangerous, baby. The Panthers are on fire.
From one fight right into another quick response, and they managed to get Quan up. YKG, what happened to YKG? They're down to 2, and they're stuck in the middle of nowhere behind a burning car. Execute, making it happen. You said you want 17 from them, Jukes. They are already up to 6, 7. Make that 8, a full squad wipe. Make that 10, Jukes.
Oh my
Is it
goodness.
gonna happen for Execute?
The top lobby, their hands have got to be shaking right now, uncontrollably. And Hyper looking to clutch things up as well. Joey has been the man, the myth, the legend for his team, running wide out in the open with no choice. And Hyper eliminates YKG. That's gotta hurt.
And Hyper looking strong right now. This is the team that's probably going to take first place after this game is over. But the big question for me is Execute. Are they going to make it come down to the last game? They first need that 17 that you were talking about. They're up to 10. They have 4 players up. They're controlling the western side. The Panthers, I think their reign is finally going to stop here unless if Zuko and Chronix can pull off something insane. They need this knock on Pappy Sour, but Pappy Sour gets it back. Instead, it's all down to Zuko. The Panthers' tournament lives right now rests on his shoulders and not able to get it done.
A devastating end to the Panthers' comeback. A lot of teams went out early, though. It's going to come out to the final game, guys. I hope you all are ready, because that next game is going to be an absolute nail-biter. This one is in that same category, though, because Execute have 10 eliminations. I said they needed 17 minimum with the chicken dinner if they want to stand a chance of making it into this top 5, Zute. And so far, it is not looking too bad. This next zone really needs to head towards them, though, because if it doesn't, they're going to have to make a push, most likely onto Dope. And yeah, it centers up. So this push need to happen in the next 30 seconds because they have to win this game.
That push is going to be so tough because in Hyper, they have sightlines right into Dope. So if Execute crashes into Dope, which is probably their only play here, they're going to get third party from distance. Execute, what are they going to do? Are they going to go for the obvious play right in front of them? Yeah, that shack is in zone.
Yep,
and Hyper, though, and Hyper might have to just focus up on the other team because Hyper has to face against a 4-man team of MEZEXIS. So that might give Execute a chance in without getting third party. There's so much factors to consider right now. And with only 1 second left before the blue zone closes, Jukes, we're about to see all chaos break loose.
Here we go. The blue zone begins to close in the next few seconds. What is Execute gonna do? Full send coming out. Rin looking for some angles. MEZEXIS still in this as well. But I think at this point, the door's already been closed for them. Looking to possibly take out Hyper here. And Hyper looking for some more points to create a gap and secure that first place finish. They want that crown, Zute, but Trick got something to say.
Execute got an opening onto Dope, by the way, but the fight back to Hyper. Stalemate 4v4. The
Poppy
third party
Sour!
from distance. Poppy Sour helping Hyper out. Was Hyper able to pick that information up, though? That's the big question. That's a confirmation. Now it's a
Execute.
3v4.
Important fights happening all over the battlefield here. Every single fight is so crucial. Pretty much almost every one of these teams desperately need these points.
K19's third partying the fight between Execute and Dope. So it is everyone's fighting right now.
QZZ catching Casper is crucial. Tensa in a very, very tough spot. Huacho clutching it up onto QZZ. That is massive.
Yeah, and Hyper trying to do a little too much, sending one player to third party everyone else instead of focusing on this fight. Now it's a 3v3 here. They no longer have that man advantage. Execute down to one player in the background, trying to stay alive. And MEZEXIS just still in this stalemate. There's so much action happening elsewhere on the map. K19's literally breathing and sitting right on top of Execute and Dope. Dope finally goes out. Rin goes down. MEZEXIS finds the opening, but they're still just turtling here, playing so safe and passive.
Execute done! Execute are eliminated. The dream. I don't know if it's going to be enough, Zute. The last game, they're going to have to go crazy. And Hyper, the squad, all of our eyes are on right now. Looking to win a critical match. It's up to Kindness. Solo gets taken out by Inactive.
I'm not going to say that was big enough, but Hyper, with so many of the other teams going out, Hyper are for sure in first place, but they probably wanted a bit more points going into the last game. Now we're down to the two final teams, and what the way this played out, I mean, Jukes, we all know it's going to come down to the last game, but this last game is going to be a nail-biter, like you said.
Oh, Execute pulled out 15 points with their placement point. Zute, and they had a 33-point gap from 5th place, and a lot of these teams put points on the board, so Execute are going to have the play of their lives coming up soon in this final match as K19 looking to make some highlight reel plays here. The last little hoorah that they and their squad are going to have here in this tournament. They had 14 eliminations. Oh my goodness.
A little bit too late, though.
Yeah, a little too late, but you know, Execute is just seeing green at this point.
Yeah. Oh, Trick gets one, goes out the door, gets another. Long range finally shuts down Trick. Inactive last up, and that is it. K19 picking up a huge winner chicken dinner, but definitely a little bit too late for that. My main focus right now, though, is what does the top 5 look like? It's gotta be extremely close, and Hyper pulled past the rest of the pack, though.
Yes,
that's for sure, but not by too much.
I mean, we're gonna see a crazy bounce on this leaderboard. Yeah, big claps up for K19. You know, last little hoorah, and this happens a lot, right? We see teams that have struggled all tournament long. Once all the nerves are gone and they realize that, you know, they have nothing to lose, they finally start playing like themselves. So I hope K19 take this experience home, right? Put it in their back pocket, and we see a little bit more of this kind of play style for them in the fall.
Yeah, you always get those games, like you mentioned, and the first thought coming across those teams' mind is just, what if we just play like that from the beginning?
Right, exactly,
like,
exactly.
That felt so right. Like, that was so easy.
Well, one more game left to go, everybody. I hope you are ready for it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Well, it all comes down to this final match here. I mean, K19 taking a victory, but again, when it comes to top 5, there's no chance they're going to be able to make it into that position. However, maybe it bumps them up when it comes to the money that they're going to be making off of the finals. Let's hop straight into our match rankings, or maybe even 7. Talk about
Our official
our
energy
beast.
drink partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monster Energy.
I mean, you
I
said you
forgot
were
to
going to
get
pour a
one.
monster on your head,
I
right?
know. Bro, I just remember.
It's fine.
Americas.
At regionals, if we're there, I will make sure there is a monster poured on your head.
A whole bucket.
No, out of the can. So you know it's fresh. And, you know, I didn't replace it with a different, you know, liquid.
Okay.
K19, 27 points, 17 eliminations. Ridiculous out of them. But again, it's like Hotchuk said, why didn't they play like this the whole finals? And then Execute, getting 11 elims, making a big push here towards the end. I think some of them, they're still in reach technically, but it's the final match, and they have to show up in that final game.
There's a slight chance, and I'm pretty sure we'll see when we go to overall. But yeah, there's a chance, but it's very, very slight. By the way, NHyper did exactly what they needed to do by being able to get those 12 points. And can we, you know what? I'm actually gonna wait a little bit longer because I'm not gonna start talking bad about that player just yet. I know you know which player I'm gonna be talking about. Those layers with those 4 points, I mean, that's good. It doesn't allow the gap between them and NHyper to be super, super big. And then YKG, I mean, if they want to have a chance at winning this, I can't wait to see what they're going to be coming out like in the last match.
I mean, I think I was saying to you before while we're in the break, right, that this last match is going to be... You really don't know what's going to happen, right? For any of these teams in the bottom of the leaderboards, like realistically, for them to move up the rankings and get extra $500 is going to be difficult. So they're just going to play even more crazy than they normally would. And I would imagine the teams who are in contention for top 5 are just going to be playing ultra passive to try to delay as long as possible, hoping some other teams do go out. But you know what, 7? Let's take a look at overalls. Let's get an idea of how close it was. It's 3 points it was between 1st and 6th. But it's definitely lengthened quite a bit now with NHyper getting that match in that last. Okay, we're going from the bottom, I guess, this time.
Okay.
That caught me off guard.
Nice little surprise there. By the way, this teams, I feel like they are going to be trying to third party a lot more. You mentioned it, they can move up within prize pool. They could get an extra $500 if they do end up moving up starting teams. But I feel like they're just going to be playing to finish the tournament and be like, okay, you know what? We're done. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. And now let's go to the teams that might actually have a chance. I mean, Execute, and MEZEXIS, very, very slight chance. They would have to absolutely pop off and then hope that Puppeteers and the Chosen do not perform. Which, if we go to Puppeteers right now with 147 points, the Chosen, I don't know which one of those teams is actually going to maintain that top 5 because the Panthers are right there. The Panthers could make that push, and they're going into Erangel, and we saw what happened yesterday in Erangel when we talked about Nate. And then NHyper right now with the lead 161 points.
You know, they built up their lead here, and all they have to do is really just stay alive, put the pressure on the Dope Slayers and YKG and the Chosen and Puppeteers and the Panthers to try to pull off an amazing game. But realistically, I think I don't even know if any of those teams can catch them right now because, actually, no, I'll take that back, right? Dope Slayers, YKG, only one team can be knocked out at the moment unless XU has a pop-off game from top 5. So some of those teams should be gunning for NHyper here. But the other teams like Puppeteer, the Chosen, even the Panthers, they have to play, I feel like, so passive just to survive, just to hold on to hopes they can make it. If they ever see one of the teams below them, or above, I guess technically below them, go out, then it's like, okay, well now we can play more loose because we know we can't drop out of top 5.
Yeah, what's crazy too, like in a certain scenario, Puppeteer could go from 5th place all the way up to 1st place. We've seen this team drop a win with 20 eliminations, 30 points. Like that's massive. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but we know that they have that firepower to move up the leaderboard in a big, big way. But it comes down to what you were saying. Are they going to be playing passive? Are they just looking to secure that top 5? Or do they want to take that risk and try to go for a little bit more eliminations if the option is there and try to snipe NHyper from that top spot? And then a big one for me, a team that has been a bit of inconsistent, YKG. I can't wait to see what this team is going to be doing. I mean, we've been talking about it. We talked about how aggressive they've been. They showed us amazing gameplay at times. I would be surprised if they aren't a little bit more aggressive here in this final match.
Okay, well, there's a lot being said here, but obviously we have 2 minutes until we hop into that final match. So let's take a look at Dope versus NHyper and their stats today. I think that's the important part, right?
Yep.
Dope have been actually kind of been playing better. Look at the survival time, look at the average eliminations. The thing is, NHyper, like, all they needed was that last match to put that pressure all back on Dope's shoulders. So now Dope, who's 7, there's a stat you wanted to bring up for them that I don't want to take away from you, and I want to give you a chance to say it.
There is. I hinted at it earlier. Dope, going into the last match, they have won every single last Erangel in the finals. Day 1, they ended up first place with 14 elims, and yesterday they ended up first place with 7 elims. So that's something that NHyper needs to keep an eye on. I expect NHyper to continue to play their game. With NHyper, the big question mark for me right now becomes, what is QCC gonna do? Because boy, oh boy, if Cameron was here, that man's face would be super red in anger. We've been talking about it since week 2. QCC sometimes does some really, really questionable plays. And we had the casters agree too. Whenever he decided to push up a little bit more, he didn't want to throw a nade. He wanted to finish it off with the gun skills, which at that time, you can't put your team on that. And then on top of that, Jason, at the end, we saw him completely separate from his team. Whether it was trying a third party or not, that's not the play at that moment. You want to be with your team and try to go for those points. Secure the focus on the team that's ahead of you.
Keep in mind, he went off to go against BOPE and got knocked as well, like earlier in that last match. And then we're like, well, I guess they're going to play with 3. You heard the caster saying, oh, they're just going to play with 3 or try to rescue him. And luckily, he did get rescued, though a nade came in and did a lot of damage to him and his partner who was picking him up. But yeah, questionable things. But the fact is, they're still in first place right now. And I want to question as much as I possibly can, but they're still first.
The thing is, they did go back and pick him up, right? They did risk a little bit because it was BOPE. A lot of these other teams like BOPE and those teams on the second page of overall are going to be a lot more aggressive. They're going to be willing to third party. They're going to be willing to, you know what, let's just send it. Let's see if we can get a highlight here in the last match. They need to watch out for that.
All right, well, we need to watch out what's going to happen here. It's the final match of PMPL NA Spring 2023 season. We're going to find out who our kings of NA are going to be and which teams will represent us in the regionals in this match.
Here we go, baby! Final match of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Spring Finals. One team is going to be crowned champions at the end of the day. 5 squads moving to the next stage, and then the rest are going to stay home. And for you folks at home right now, 600 UC giveaway code at the bottom of your screen. I hope you already typed it in because I believe this is the last one of the day.
Yep.
Zute, oh baby, the nerves have to be at an all-time high here.
You are absolutely right. The lead, so much riding on the line. We haven't even really talked about what it means to make it to top 5, right? If you make it to top 5, it's not that you just go on to the next stage, but everything gets bigger on the next stage. The teams, the challenges, the prize pool, the money, and the fact that you get to keep playing. Because if you don't make that top 5, you are on the sidelines. You just sit out and you have to wait a long time before you get another chance again. And Jukes, on the Northeast, I see Puppeteers and MEZEXIS really close to each other right now.
Well, you know what? I think that could be the right play, because if you are MEZEXIS and you want to pull off some crazy Christmas miracle, in order for that to happen, one of these top teams needs to go down immediately, and you have to just full push everybody. So
what's Puppeteers gonna do here, man?
I like it. You know, hey, if there's still a play, I like the fact that you're at least going for it. And oh no, the Puppeteers are in huge trouble.
Yeah, this is horrendous right now. Remix already getting a flank in. The other 2 members of Puppeteers, nowhere close, Jukes. The Panthers, they're not in this fight, but the Panthers are on the cusp of that top 5. And the first player to go down is Faye. Puppeteers are biting their nails right now. They could lose it all right here, right now.
Desperation shots. Reckless with the Bizone. The whole entire team of MEZEXIS collapsing on him. Yeah, the rest of Puppeteers forced to just run for their lives. Reckless.
Oh, it's done.
Reckless looking to the sky saying, please, PUBG Mobile, not like this. I wanted to make it to the finals. I wanted to make it to the next stage. He goes down. It's going to be up to Fang and the legend, Dog.
You know, that's on Puppeteers, right? When you drop out of the plane, you can see other people dropping down with you. Now, I will say, Stallbur, right, because of the elevation, it's so high, it actually does affect how fast you drop down. Because the Stallbur's so high up, the drop down time is very limited. So maybe, you know, you go straight down for like 2 seconds and you're already reaching the ground. But still, it's the last game. You got to be careful. At least float in the sky for a second. And if you see 4 parachutes drop down with you and you only have a teammate, you just try and fly away there. But, you know, it's like small things like that. They matter. And now, Puppeteers, they're barely in that top 5. And they're down to 2 in the final game of the tournament series.
MEZEXIS did what they needed to do here, Zoo, because the door is still open, right? They have a possibility of sneaking into this top 5, and they executed a strategy that they needed to. They needed to eliminate Puppeteers instantly. Now, unfortunately, they weren't able to eliminate the whole squad, but they crippled the Puppeteers, right? Their chance of putting points on the board now have not just been cut in half. They have been cut down tremendously, okay?
Yeah.
MEZEXIS, they need 25 points, Sue. 25 points if Puppeteers get nothing to pass them up. That's a huge
doable.
task. It's a
doable.
huge task, but it's doable. And I love the fact that we saw a squad take the initiative to do whatever it takes to move on to that next stage. Not just doing what they usually do, right? You have to adapt in these kind of situations, and MEZEXIS did just that.
See if it's enough. It's the first step in many to getting there. And there is a lot in between.
That's true. But you know what? Step 1 is done, right? Step 1 is done, and I love it. I love to see that.
I'll say they finished step 0.5. I would say step 1 is done if they somehow manage to take out all of Puppeteers. So they finished step 0.5. That just goes to show how much more steps they need to take. But I agree with you, Jukes. They took the first step, which is to not just do what they usually do. So I will give them a lot of respect for that. The zone, by the way, all the way in the southwest, very far away from all the teams we've been looking at.
I'll tell you what, that's a bigger step than what Execute made, right? Because Execute landed in their tried and true spot, which I understand why they did it, but I mean, by them doing that, they're rolling the dice, right? They're rolling the dice that this team goes out early. Fortunately for them, MEZEXIS took that initiative upon themselves, you know, but if that didn't happen, Execute couldn't put up a lot of points, but if, you know, Puppeteers and the Chosen do so as well, I mean, their chances were done for no matter what.
Yeah. I would like to see Execute also play a little more aggro this last game. They need the points, right? And a lot of teams, like you said, are going to play super aggro. It's the last game of not just the day, the last game of the entire tournament. So you know people are going to be fighting a bunch, and that's a lot of points not going your way.
I'll tell you what, I don't even want to look at Golden Eagles right now. There's 0 points in looking at them at all. This fight, I mean, it looks good to see some action here. Both these teams nowhere near in contention for top 5. But hey, looking to, again, play the game, make something happen. Craze going for a run.
Oh, last
just,
one.
I think at this point, he's just trying to savor every second that he is experiencing here in PMPL.
Yeah, he's got 4 nades. He could maybe get a huge lucky nade, pull off that highlight clip. There's always a chance. The big thing for me here is just this is points disappearing from the lobby, right? Points that some teams desperately need. Skills of Mine.
That is true.
They're just hunting at this point. Skills of Mine looking like they're just wanting to take every team fight they can, either kill the entire lobby and go home early, or die and go home early, because that's pretty much the only place they could go from here. There is no making it to the next stage.
Oh, I'd much rather be watching, some of these top teams rotate, though, because at this point, this fight, inconclusive. There we go. YKG, a team that we got to keep a close eye on here, Zoo. You know that this team wants first place. At the same time, top 5 is great, but they're hungry to be crowned North American champions. And to do so, they're going to need 9 points, and that's if NHyper and Dope Slayers stay where they're at. Absolutely doable.
Yeah. I don't think NHyper is just going to stay.
Oh my gosh. Execute.
That's not a good circle. That's not a good circle for Execute. You know why? Because now they're just gonna sit. And they never play in a way where they get a lot of points sitting. You've seen them hold their defenses, right? They never go a little more aggro. It's not like YKG holding a defense. They will poke and prod and stick their head out to snap off some points. Execute, they just sit, and this zone is perfect for them to just sit, I feel like. So it's going to have to rely on some of the other teams to make a huge mistake to drive into Execute and give them the points. This is a great zone typically for Execute, but not when they need a bunch of points.
Well, they're going to have to do something with it, too, because they're going to need 19. They're going to need 19, and that's if Puppeteers puts up the goose egg here. And they also have to worry about MEZEXIS. They have to worry about the Panthers. And so I think they're going to need probably 28 points, if we're being real, to confirm that spot. That's going to be my guesstimated bubble for them. And 28 points, that's quite a bit.
What a zone shift, though, for the last game. At least it's not military based. Right, for these teams, at least it's not military based. So a lot of these teams might not be a familiar circle, but it's doable. They're chosen.
Execute with a big 4-man split, Sue. Big 4-man split, and teams are coming. I think we're seeing them group a little closer together. There's Juancho on the tail end of the zone. Yeah, you can see just how far Execute is split from each other. That isn't a split, I think, that is looking to get 18 eliminations in a chicken dinner, Zoo.
I mean, if the split's to get the info on which side to attack first, like when they immediately group up, that's perfectly fine. They're getting a lot of info on potential targets to choose from, but they need to play, the next step correctly. And either way, though, like I said, that's a huge, like you said, that's a huge split, and it's difficult to play with that much info coming your way.
Let's see, MEZEXIS. Another squad we got our eye on. They got 3 of that 30-point game that they need to try and get into that top 5. Puppeteers, devastated right now. Dong, trying to put the team on his back. YKG's got eyes on him. Oh, no. If Fang gets knocked on a rotation here, YKG's pushing this to eliminate him. Even that's risky. Super risky. Next zone about to pop. Where's it going? It looks like a lot of this is going to be in the water. That's going to eliminate a lot of sight lines. There's a lot of hills here, though, and a lot of cover that can be taken still, Zute. But this is going to get interesting. And right now, it looks like MEZEXIS, a team desperately in need of a ton of points. I think this is where they work best, though, right? Just pushing from the edge and getting a lot of points. That's what they need. The Panthers are kind of in that same boat. NHyper, dead center. Looking to just continue to hold on to that first place crown.
Yeah, NHyper, this is a type of zone that just might do it for them. It's one of the trickier zones to play, but NHyper are just good at playing those tricky zones and playing those splits. The Chosen in a decent spot as well. Not too much control, though. Yeah, they don't have too much control here. They have a lot of safety, but they can't control the BOPE team over the top of their heads, and they don't have the zone. So all of these teams out here do have to scooch in a little bit more. MEZEXIS find a knock on to BOPE.
Remix getting that confirmed. That's going to be another point for MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS doing what they need to. Like we said, 0.5 of that multiple step plan is now underway. And Trick is hunting down some more of those much needed elimination points. It looks like he's on the hunt for Sanhok here.
Yeah, this is what they need to do. Get as many points
Hunt him
as
down,
they
baby.
can. I expect the buggy seat change. Yep, there we go. And just in time as he crashes into the rock.
Oh, you missed!
Oh, he's fine. He's 1 HP. He just needs one more shot. There we go. Trick gets it. Hunts him down. Sanhok under pressure. Crashing into the rock.
Nice.
MEZEXIS. Bloodthirsty right now.
You see, MEZEXIS is that one team that I'm looking at right now that is doing what they need to do, right? They realize it. We got to make these risky plays. We got to get those points.
Nice knock.
Oh, clutch. Clutch teamwork right there. And this is some much needed points that they're looking for.
Oh my god, look at this.
And they're
team
going to
go.
get it.
Yeah. This is how some teams can play from day one of the tournament, but they don't until their backs are pushed against the wall. MEZEXIS still have a long ways to go though. And Trixie Boy, he's just got the challenge. He knows he doesn't have much left to fight for. It's gonna help out MEZEXIS though. MEZEXIS does lose Peralta, putting them down to
tough.
3-man.
That's going to be tough because they're going to need this chicken dinner and a whole lot more. Trixie Boy, honestly, they need to just full send this. They cannot be affording to eat this much blue zone. The run over coming out clutch. That's 8 of the, that's 8. I think that honestly, MEZEXIS, they are barely halfway there for the amount of eliminations that they need.
Yeah, and they got in hyper right on the top of that mountain. Next zone comes out, goes a little bit further
The
south.
Panthers!
This is the Panthers play. Now, Panthers getting involved in a 3-way fight, but they have the huge advantage being the third-party team with 4 members up. They're cleaning things up. They're cleaning house. Down to 2 members of K19, down to 1. And the Panthers are pouncing with ferocity right now.
Big Nate looking hungry, trying to finish out the rest of wanted Vigilantes. They desperately need these points, Zute. That's a nice Molotov. Oh, so close.
Oh, he
and
steps
it looks like
back in
Steve-O
it.
is on fire. Gonna get finished here to Chronix. It's just Soulfly, and he's done for. Big plays from the Panthers.
Panthers with 7. More importantly, they have 4 still up to work with. The Panthers
That looks good.
showing their claws. They got a little
Honestly,
bit more to go, though.
They got a lot more to go, and I'll tell you what, it's not over yet because the Puppeteers, the Chosen, heck, I would even be on the eyes for MEZEXIS right now, and Execute. Execute still playing this way too quiet, Zoo. They need a lot of eliminations, and they are getting taken out by the second.
Yep. I told you this zone for Execute is the type of zone where they just sit. They're not too aggressive as a team, and they need those points, but if they could clutch out a huge one starting from now, that could still be enough points, even though they have 0 eliminations for now. MEZEXIS meet their next foe in the shape and form of Execute, and they know they have to take this fight.
Nades coming out. So huge. This is a critical fight between these two teams. Want both these squads in desperation. Now, I'll tell you what. MEZEXIS are more seasoned going into this fight. Yeah, they only have 3 players, but they have been battling all game long. You know their thumbs are warmed up. You know they're ready to go. Execute have been sitting, but they do have that tournament experience. Like you said, this is not where they work best when it comes to defending and holding it, but they're going to have to, Zute, if they want to keep playing in these tournaments coming up.
They're falling back right now. The nerves are starting to settle in.
Uh-oh.
Not saying it's a bad play to fall back, but typically in these type of situations, from what I've seen, things don't go well, and they're actually going to go back on their aggression.
That's huge.
That's confidence right there. Trick gets one, gets traded. It's down to the last member of MEZEXIS. He should go down easily, unless he gets the 2-piece onto Casper and the drive
Fate!
over by Fate. And oh, here comes Hyper though, Jukes. There's Hyper coming over in the distance, and they are closing the gap. They're right on Execute's heads.
Fate needs to clutch this up. I think he's going to drive away. Yep, he is just sending it away because he knows what is at stake here. But honestly, I don't know if that's the play, Zute. I think they need this fight because they need those eliminations. He can't just go for placement.
He's drawing the attention away, though, because if he just stayed there, those nades are definitely going to hit one of them. So by driving off, it caused Hyper to have another factor to worry about, and that gives enough breathing room for the rest of the team to play a little bit more.
I thought Fate was just taking off towards center zone, because if he did, I was like, that is not the play. But you're right, going off and getting that angle was definitely enough to buy his squad mates a little bit of much needed time. And Hyper, with their playstyle of not wanting to take risks, that was enough alarm for Hyper to say, nah, we don't want any of this.
Yeah. And Hyper, they don't have to take too big of a risk, so they stuck their head out just enough to see if they can make something happen. But backing off immediately when too much things go out of their control. But they're still in a good spot for now, on the edge of zone with 4 up. 0 elimination points, however. That could be bad for one of the other teams that are close behind to have a big game and pass them up. And there's still a few teams that have the chance to do that.
And Hyper, we got all eyes on them right now. They are getting third party, especially if Baby Tank catches them from this backside. It's going to be Rise taking down Rin. That is devastating for the side of Hyper. They are so split up, Zute. And again, some of these splits just not paying off for them.
The most crucial thing was that was their player in zone. He had the foothold in the circle. Now Hyper don't have a spot in the zone
Nice point
to play with. Execute will steal that one away. And look at Hyper. They're caught in the middle of two teams.
They don't know what to do.
On the high ground. They're going to have to find a deep crevice and tuck their head down. That's probably their only chance now.
And Hyper stuck between a rock and a hard place. They are not sure what to do. You can see the indecision. QZZ, that aggressive player for the squad, forced to just smoke out and hold his position for a little while longer. He's now finds some shots over on the side of Execute. But I think Hyper are going to have to call this their home. The Golden Eagles, they got nothing to lose, Zute. They can play a huge spoiler role, and it looks like that's what they're looking to do.
Golden Eagles taking shots at Execute across the way. This will be a stalemate. If any of these teams look down and wrap around, it'd be Hyper at the most risk. Hyper slowly being crunched in by the blue zone. They're leaving the safety of their hill cover inch by inch, and they hate doing so because they do not want to lose any more players. But it's either that or the blue zone.
Beowulf putting some shots on a GK first, and he gets the knock! Another devastating knock for Hyper. They are getting obliterated now. QZZ goes down. That's only one player up left for them. It's Kindness. And you know Execute is looking to finally finish out Hyper, and it might be Golden Eagles to do so.
Oh,
and that's it. Hyper is done with 0 points. The goose egg.
That just begs the question. Hyper, if they were more aggressive as a team, they had a huge opportunity on Execute. But that right there is why I say Hyper, they're not that type of team, and that could be their pitfall. It's not done yet. Puppeteers, 2v4. They already got one. They get 2. Puppeteer as a 2-man are taking out TC, the Chosen. Another huge thing to watch out for. That's the third one. Dong with the big off angle from that position. The Chosen are down to just 1. Oh, Fang got knocked, though. So it's all up to Dong to make the play.
Dong looking to penetrate in the final hour. He has to take out the Chosen. Full sends and gets shut down. Devastating for the Puppeteers. But you know what? Do you hear that, Zute? That's the sound of the door opening for YKG to take the crown away from Hyper.
YKG, they still have 4 up. They have the high ground. They have control. Hyper now just forced to watch and pray that they could keep that first place position. And YKG, they're not going to let them have it easy. Execute's still in the game. So is the Panthers. The Panthers are up with 7 points gained already, and they have 4 players up. The Chosen had a huge reset just now, and the Chosen are still involved in this game as well. Same with Dope. Dope is still in there too. So many teams.
Zute. 3 teams could take this tournament. It is 3 squads. It is Dope, YKG, The Chosen, all hunting down that first place finish. The Panthers looking real good to secure that spot in the top 5. Execute. They have a chance as well, but Execute really needs a lot of these eliminations to do so.
They have 5, and they have 4 players up. They're coming in from the west side with not much to work with. They're kind of just caught in between everything. If they have to move any further, it's Dope and The Chosen with sightlines on them. They're cowering their heads down right now at this little toll booth intersection. It's going to keep them alive. They're going to gather their wits about them until they have to make the next play. Smoke's coming out, giving them a little bit more cover and breathing room to work with, but ultimately the zone will decide their fate.
Execute needs to at least double. Oh no, the toes, Fate, not skipping leg day, looking a little bit too big in this scenario, but the Chosen, this is a team that Execute needs to eliminate here. Execute needing to double their elimination points and win the game if they even want to stand a chance, an inkling of a shot of making it in here, and even that might not be enough. So
here we go.
Here we go.
Execute. Yeah, going
Smart
on the
push.
aggression. I like it. They know if they stay there any longer, they're just going to be trapped in. Smokes out. Tensa's on the front push. The Chosen, luckily for them, are only down to a 3-man. They pre-fire the
Perfect shot.
trees. The game sense
The nade.
gets one. Sub-Pig
Oh,
does not connect. It's just Sub-Pig and Stellar. They get Fate. They're shooting back and forth. Sub-Pig is down. It's all down to Stellar. There's 3 of Execute up, and better yet, no one's really in a position third party, but Stellar gets another. They're going to have to commit to this. Casper falls out of the car, and YKG are coming too. Stellar in the 1v1, the DBS. This is it. Execute are about to go out unless if they clutch this. Shots missing back and forth. Can he clutch it?
No!
He does not. Either way, Jukes, YKG is already here to finish things up. Even if Tensa clutched it, I don't think it would have been enough. YKG already at a moment's notice to capitalize on any points. They only have 4. They want that first place for themselves.
YKG looking to take this crown, and they're looking poised to do so. The Panthers trying to punch their ticket as well. They're going to have to get through the Golden Eagles to do so, and it's looking real good. That's 3 down. That's going to be 10 elimination points for the side of the Panthers. And if you're Beowulf, you may look to just deny the point because, hey, why not? You ain't got nothing better to do. Instead, looks like he's going to go out to the blue zone, denies that point from the Panthers, but that's 10 eliminations. Panthers looking real good. Dope is still in this, Zoo.
Yeah, Dope is still in this. So is the
they have 0.
Panthers. Oh, you're right. They have 0 points so far. And placement points, as we know, have had a huge nerf. Usually third place might do something for you, but we'll see on the leaderboards afterwards. And Ayuya goes down.
Joey! One more.
YKG, they want the crown. They have the crown in their logo, but they want more than just the picture. They want the trophy of PMPL North America NA Finals.
I'll tell you what, the Panthers have a lot of eliminations, Zute. We don't know where this leaderboard is going to end up, but if the Panthers win this game and take out YKG here, who knows where this squad is going to end up at the end of this tournament, Zute. They're hunting down the crown as well. Joey, leading the charge. That nade from Chronix could be good. Quan
Joey goes down.
Quan with the most clutch nade of his career.
They got to be careful
Not
on
over
the
yet.
push.
Another one!
Oh,
Zuko!
from Zuko! The homing missiles are out, Jukes, and they have destroyed the front lines of YKG. Their front fraggers down. Chronix gets knocked from distance from 24K. They still have to worry about the 2 players on the high ground because the Panthers, Jukes, don't have the zone. If YKG can hit the shots, they can still win this 2v4.
24K.
YKG actually, he goes down for the revive, leaving only 1 player up in the backlines to fend off the push.
Dope just hiding in that shack, not moving a muscle. Quan with ice water in his veins, but not a nade. Is gonna
Chico
take some
can't go
nice
down.
shots. Oh, Nate with another nice nade on the Fears and eliminating Dope. The Panthers looking too good to be stopped here. Quan gonna get these much needed confirmations. And now it's just Chico up. Bray with the DBS. What can he do? Oh, he knows that nade's coming.
It's 4 of the Panther against just Bray. Chico's gonna lay his head down. He's not gonna get
Bray
involved.
hit that?
Scratch that. Wait, oh, I thought that was Chico. Bray hit that. Like you said, I don't know how. They're gonna throw the
Goodbye.
nade in. It's done. 1v3 now for Chico. If he gets this, they for sure must have secured first place, but the Panthers will
win
take
it!
it instead. I don't know what this does for the
Oh my
leaderboards.
gosh!
Dude. There is so much math and numbers involved in this between top 5, top 1, who survived, made it through the top 5. What, Jukes? I don't know what to say here.
Zute,
Yeah.
that final performance from the Panthers. Talk about clutch, right? You said we can't teach clutch. They have earned the clutch bag by far here. 16 eliminations in the
Oh.
final hour?
I didn't even get a chance to look at how much they had during those last 5 minutes. It was so intense. 6, I didn't even know they were anywhere close to that many.
I'll tell you what, man. Quan has ice water in his veins. He hit some legendary nades and shots to help set up his team get that victory. Big Nate, so clutch. Most
Yeah.
eliminations with 6. I mean, if you're the Panthers, you have got to be screaming at the top of your lungs right now. I talked to this team, Zute. They were feeling so doubtful, so down
Yeah.
going into this tournament. Look at them now.
I don't know what to say, Jukes. That was insane performance. It all started off the back of Nate getting 13 eliminations on that day one, and they embodied that and carried it through and took it all the way to the final game, Jukes.
Well, we're about to find out who's going to be the champion of this tournament, guys. I hope you are as excited as I am. That's going to be it for me and Zute. Let's take it on over to the desk right after this break to wrap things up.
What a final match here of the spring season of PMPL NA 2023. The Panthers, 16 eliminations, 10 placement points from the chicken dinner, 26 points on the final match here, 7, and we know how close the leaderboards were. The question is it enough for them? Well, I think they had to have made top 5. But now we got to talk
top 5
about
for sure.
Yeah, right. But now we got to talk about something else. Could they have just won the whole tournament off that last match?
They might have. They might have because Nhype. Let's go to the match ranking because Nhyper got 0 points. YKG was able to get a good amount of points. 30. Oh my goodness. Could they possibly pulled a 6th place before last match and go from 6th place to 1st place?
I don't know, man. I mean, looking down the list here, YKG, 13 points. They were already in 3rd place, I believe, going into that match behind Dope. The Chosen, 9 points. That should not be enough to catapult them, but does make them safe in my head at least. And Execute, you know, you think about that 1v1 with Tenza. What could have happened? Could they have actually shot up their rankings high enough? But Dope only getting 5. Let's see the second page here because you mentioned Hyper getting 0. 0 in the last match.
It kind of continues on with what Hyper has been doing even when they were known as Nova. Nothing has changed with this team. They're always just so close, and then when it comes time for them to perform, it doesn't end up happening. By the way, a big one too, Puppeteer with those 2 points. I don't know if they even end up in the top 5. I don't think they end up in the top 5.
I don't know, man. I almost want to get into seeing who our champion is now. I don't know if we can call on it just yet. I mean, I don't have any confetti or anything with me. But this, honestly, before we do see the champion, like Seven, this has been a ridiculous finals. Like, this is definitely one of my favorite finals that I can ever remember in my history of PUBG Mobile, because there's been so many great individual plays. Thinking back to Nate, thinking back to Dong, there's been so many great team plays, so many teams showing up in these 3 days alone to propel themselves. Are you ready, Seven?
Yes,
I'm gonna let
ready.
you do the honors. I'm gonna let you do the honors.
No, I don't want to do it. My hands are so sweaty, bro. I love this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who the new kings of NA are here and who are our champions of PMPL NA. Oh,
the Panthers!
My God. Bro, you think back to day 1 of the finals. If Nate doesn't get that clutch, do they have the spark they need to carry on through? I mean, Chronic stepped up massively in day 2. Zuko and Quan as well played like pretty damn well the entire time. But to clutch it out to this?
The Panthers just made the biggest underdog story. We were saying, okay, maybe they're going to be able to make it to Americas, and they end up being the champion. And what you were saying, I mean, if it wouldn't have been up for that clutch from Nate, right, going back to day 1, and then everybody in the team being able to step it up in a big way. And here in the last match, I mean, we saw Nate, he was able to get 6 eliminations. What a performance out of this team. The Panthers. At one point, we were saying if the Panthers don't start performing, Nate might just go somewhere else. Well, guess what? The Panthers are the freaking champions.
Rewind that further. Let's rewind that back to league stage when we were complaining they were a team with like 40 elims and 9 placement points. A team who like could only get elims and somehow struggled to close out games, to coming back to beating. You know what makes this even more awesome, Seven?
What?
Is Hyper and YKG had 32 and 31 bonus points going into this. Yeah, they had a massive lead. So not only did Panthers have to improve on their weekly play, but then do even better to catch up to the teams who are already in first and second.
What a performance. And I mean, this is I feel like this is the thing that we always talk about, right? About certain teams having that it factor. Can they actually push it off? We know they can get a win, but can they back it out with a lot of elims? Because the elims points just matter so much, especially with this new format that we've been doing here in the PMPL NA Spring Split 2023. Like, this is a perfect example. As long as you're able to clutch it up, as long as you're able to get the elims, you can definitely win. That is such a big surprise, man. I can't now I'm intrigued to see how the top 5 end up.
I mean, that's the next thing, right? We talk about the Panthers, they get their victory, but who else is joining them now in the regionals is the question. We got to take a look at our overall so we get an idea of who is going to be coming with them. We can assume some teams, but it did come down to being extremely close here with our top 5.
Yeah, and it's still going to be a little bit of bragging rights, right, for some of the teams in the top 5. You can be like, oh, I'm ahead of you. You barely were able to make it. And this team's, by the way, congratulations. You guys were able to make it. You guys are going to be able to learn a lot from your experiences. By the way, a big team that I do have to give a small shout out to, Skills of Mine. They played the spoiler role so perfect here in the finals, especially the last 3 days. A team that was steady, getting third place, fourth place, and being able to knock out some of the other teams. I know Execute is not going to be... You're not going to be getting any Christmas presents from Execute anytime soon, Skills of Mine. Just keep that in mind. But now, I really want to see who is going to be going to Americas, who's representing us against... Puppeteer! Did he make it? The Chosen and Dope Slayers are able to make it. That means that YKG and... Okay.
Just give it to us. Just give it to us.
Yes,
what's the order, man? Who's where is the real question.
Ooh.
5 points. 100. You know what's so funny, right? I was just saying, like, for a team that will get like 40 elims and 9 placement points, and then I look here, 121 elims and 47 placement points. I mean, Dope had 72, The Chosen had 62, Puppeteer even had more.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
Bro, I'm curious, is regionals gonna be the same format, or is it gonna change back to the 15 points per chicken dinner?
No, please keep the same format. I love this format now.
This is insane. 5 points between the Panthers and YKG, and then N-Hyper getting a fat goose egg, dropping from 1st to 3rd.
By the way, N-Hyper, what was it that we were saying? Like, they average 13.8 points. In the finals, they only end up averaging just shy of 9 points per game. That's a steep
Was that
drop
with
off
or
there
without
for
the
that team.
bonuses?
I'm counting the bonus points.
Bro,
I'm counting
the
bonus
Panthers
points.
had 2 freaking... I almost cursed. 2 freaking bonus points.
I know,
They were 30
that's
points
crazy.
behind YKG at the start of this, and they passed them by 5. Like, that's not easy to do.
It's really not. And for them to do it in the I think what's more impressive is they did it in the
bonus points,
last
bro.
match when no one expected it. I know you and I, it didn't even cross our mind. We were thinking,
No,
okay,
no
can they
way.
maybe make it to top 5? And then all of a sudden at the end, we're like, hold on. Wait, if they win this game, they might actually become our champions. And sure enough, the
7.
Panthers end up being our champions.
Out of the 3 weeks of league stage, they had 1 week where they finished top 8. That's... I mean...
I don't know if I'm happy, sad.
Hey,
I'm-
let's be honest. We should be happy, right? Because like
Yeah.
the Panthers put on a clinic in the finals. And one thing we always have to keep in our heads is that league stage and finals are 2 completely different tournaments. One's a long-standing tournament where you can have bad days, you can have bad weeks. For the Panthers, you can have 2 bad weeks apparently, and 1 okay week. And then you go in the finals and you have 3 days, 18 matches to perform. Some teams can handle the pressure, some teams can't, and the Panthers showing they can.
Yeah, and what's crazy too, you mentioned the bonus points. If some of these teams didn't have those bonus points, if they didn't perform really well in those first 3 weeks, they wouldn't even be going to Americas.
Yeah, exactly, man. All right, okay, so this is like hectic and crazy, but
calm
we still
down.
have one more thing to go, right? We do have our MVP, but keep in mind, this is not the day. This is not the finals. This is our MVP of the entire event, and whoever is going to come up on your screens in a second will be getting extra $500 for themselves. But before we see it, Seven, do you have any idea of who you think it might be?
I kind of want Nate to be the MVP.
That
if I'm
would be
being
the
honest.
cherry on top, man.
That'd be so awesome.
I don't know if
that's
it's
who I
going to be
got.
Nate, though. If you
I don't think so.
how many matches we played in week play or league play versus finals, I don't
Yeah.
think Nate could possibly be it.
Finals
I'm still
MVP,
thinking,
Nate.
I'm still thinking Joey, to be honest.
Ooh, yeah. You know
You're-
what? Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think it would be
it's-
Joey.
It would make sense, right? Well, let's take a look. Who's our MVP of the entire event here and gets an extra $500 for himself to either keep or potentially share with the team? It's actually
Oh.
QZZ. Interesting.
The Madman
And
from
149
N-Hyper.
limbs, like, because there's also an award for most limbs of an extra
Yep.
$500. So I don't know if he's number 1, but he could be making himself an extra $1,000 right now. Which
Also,
if I
if
were
he
on
has
his
the
team,
most damage,
yeah,
too.
if I was on his team, I'd be like, you know what, we helped you get those, so split that with us.
And then QCC is gonna be like, yo, remember Miramar when I wasn't near you? Yeah, that's how I'm gonna be with the money too. I'm keeping it all to myself. I wonder if he was actually the leader in top damage too, because that is a prize as well.
Well, Hot Chooks is letting us know he's not top on limbs. Or maybe no, I don't know. I can't read his messages because he's in all caps, so he's yelling in WhatsApp right now. But yeah, so QZZ's not top in the limbs, but to be fair, like, that's actually kind of surprising because in my eyes, GK First was like always the standout player when it came to the weeks. But for him to do this is fantastic. To overshine, I think one of the biggest players in the region right now. I think we kind of have to agree that that GK First is one of the biggest players. He's an import from Europe, but for him to surpass him is a true testament to how strong QCZ is.
It is, and to be fair, QCC has been putting up good performances in previous PMPL seasons here in NA as well. So it's good to see for him to finally be able to get that MVP. But I know anything about N-Hyper, they're going to be super upset that they didn't, with Knights being gone, with Coops not being here, all that godlike squad that Knights was here for NA. Everybody expected N-Hyper to be the champion, and this is a big shock. Nobody expected the Panthers to be the champions except for the Panthers.
Just imagine we get to regionals and Nate is just slapping it. to the Brazilian and Latin American teams. That would be insane
What's
if
crazy,
that's possible.
It's funny you say that because his style fits perfect for those type of teams, right? It's gonna fit his aggressiveness is gonna match so well when he goes up against the Brazilian players.
Let's think about it though. His aggression might be perfect, but will the team's aggression be perfect? Because you can't solo man squad against these Brazilian and Latin American teams. You have to be very careful, and you have to have the backing of your team. I'm super curious now, honestly, when it comes to this. Like, I think we were talking about before, and also, by the way, N-Hyper and YKG didn't win, so what you said on day one, well, what happened to that? But I don't know if I would put my money on the Panthers, though, to be able to be the forefront North American team in regionals. I hate to say that.
If we're being honest here, I don't want to be a party pooper because they just became the champions of NA, but I'm with you. Like, I'm with you. There's a lot of teams, from NA that just keep getting away with stuff that is just not gonna fly against the Brazilian teams. And I got a chance to see the Brazilian teams playing the way they played in PMGC, right? They need to tighten up. They need to make sure they watch a lot of VOD from the Brazilian team, especially with Alpha 7. They had changed the roster. They added back Sinab, so that's going to be an interesting dynamic there because now they're going to be maybe even more aggressive, which is just wild to think that the Brazilian teams can become more aggressive. Now I am so excited for Americas. Don't get me wrong, I was excited for Americas before, but now I'm like really intrigued to see what's going to happen.
You know, actually, I'm curious if we can call on a graphic here on the show real quick, because I want to see the Panthers player stats throughout the entire finals and totals. Like, I want to see how many limbs Nate got. I want to see how many limbs Chronic and them got, because I'm curious, is it a super one-man army for the team? I'd actually almost like to see this for a couple different teams now that I think about it, Seven, to really see who the impact players are. Because again, like, it's a whole different kind of pressure on you when you're playing in finals and you're trying to make those individual plays. And I feel like we definitely saw those great individual moments, and it's got to be totals, right? Because you don't want to see the averages. You don't want to see how many they get per game. I want to see how much they got for the entire 3 days, because I think to me that's the important part when it comes to this, because you can have a bad match and it affects your average, but the totals will always look good.
Well, for the Panthers now, I'm thinking, right, like, are you going to end up changing your playing style a little bit more to cater to Nate, right? Now that you know he's been able to show up here, now that he knows that he's been able to perform, put up those eliminations, are you going to go more into a style to kind of give him some support so he can shine more, especially with Chronix too? Now Chronix is going to have a little bit more confidence. Everybody in this team is going to have a little bit more confidence with the way that we're able to perform. So we'll have to wait and see what this team is going to be doing if they do end up going to Americas. I'm intrigued though, man. I'm intrigued to see what YKG is going to be doing too. This is a team that performed so well in the league stage, but then when we go to Americas, it is only going to be 4 days. You're only going to be judged on how well you perform in just a 4-day span. We'll have to wait and see how they're going to be doing there. We saw Joey perform really well, Jason, and I feel like 24K, you were mentioning too, I feel like 24K just does whatever the heck it is that 24K
He's the QZZ
wants.
of his own team, kind of.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I also want to see a couple of teams. Maybe we can take a look at YKG as well and just kind of keep these numbers in mind. Also, a big shout out to Chronix, right? Because I feel like we gave him some flack on day one when it was just like Nate, Quan, and Zuko really carrying the team. And then day 2 and day 3 to see actually him be second on the limbs. Like, honestly, big shout out to that guy for really stepping up when his team needed him to.
Yeah, in a big way, right? Now, I'm trying to think of other teams here, like The Chosen. I'm intrigued to see what The Chosen is going to be doing as well.
Hold on. We got YKG to look at still. You know, we got a couple teams before we can do The Chosen as well at some point.
Okay. All right. Well, show me YKG. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, Joey just... He smoked the whole tournament, by the way. The whole tournament, he was able to put up great performances. And then I have to give some props to Fears. They did so well. Chico being able to cover his squad whenever they decided to push up. He was able to get some great off angles. And 24K, I feel like that's a player right there that actually impressed me a lot. I saw him last year when he was playing with WALLSTREETBETS. He was actually one of the standout players for that team. Now that he was able here to be with YKG, he's performing even better. He's been able to be that. He's been able to have that clutch factor for his team, and I think it's something that definitely a lot of teams need to acknowledge, and a lot of teams need to keep an eye on. Because 24K, I mean, for what could possibly be, if I'm not mistaken, his second PMPL NA, he's just gonna keep on getting better if he continues on this grind.
Yeah, I remember like 2 years ago, right, when he was on X set. And he didn't really stand out too much, to be honest. I think was it Carnage on the team? I can't remember the full roster off the top of my head, but he had some heavy hitters by his side.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think. Boy, you brought Carnage. You brought Carnage, and I was like, I'm going back to like the 1980s. Come down. That boy's old.
You know what? Let me look it up really quickly while we have a second here. Because I believe we do have an announcement for everyone watching in a second. Joey on Xset. He had... Ooh, wait, we have to go back even further. He had Angry Juicy Nico on the team.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So just to make sure, production, we do have an update on our overalls. Just double check here. No, we don't. Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. Okay.
They're making me scared, man. They're teasing
They
me
are.
with some
Hold
stuff.
on.
Okay, so you wanted to see
know.
the chosen player stats,
Yes.
right, Seven? Why don't we see that?
I
then?
do. I do, because for the longest time from the Chosen, the MVP was Anying, and then you started mentioning it to me, and then I
man.
started noticing Gaji. Gaji started performing really, really well, so we'll have to wait and see if that's going to continue on the trend. The thing with the Chosen, though, that becomes a big question mark is, can they perform on that 4-day Americas? Because this team sometimes takes a little bit too long to warm up.
I mean, there's really no standout player. I mean, Gaji does have the most damage, but like they're all really close in eliminations here.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, 24, 2018. But I feel like this is what you want, right? This is what you want to have, especially in the area that we are right now of PUBG Mobile Esports, where you can't just rely on that one fragger. And I feel like that's what we're talking for a long time in regards to the Panthers, just Nate showing up for that team. This is exactly what you want. It just comes down to, can you start performing from the first match of Americas? Can you actually do what you need to do to put yourself into contention to be that champion? We'll have to wait and see if the Chosen has that F factor.
Yeah, I mean, like if we were to even think about like the teams like Dope Slayers, I feel like they've been a team who's kind of under the radar. Then they have like a decent match here or there. You've got the Panthers, you've got the Chosen, and Hyper YKG. I feel like we need to take, or they need to take this time coming up here in the next few weeks to really hone in on things, because it's going to be tough, man. Like the teams you're competing against in Brazil, like let me even just go look at really quickly what's going on in Brazil and give you guys an idea of like
while
the
you're
caliber.
doing that, I would actually like to see, even though they're not going to make it to Americas, I would like to see the Puppeteer stats, man. Because for the longest time, we talked about Dong so much. And I kind of want to shine a light on him, because that was a player that was just a standout performance. And this was a team that, even though they weren't really able to make it to Americas, impressed me. I talked about it from the first week, actually, that we got a chance to see them. The team was just fragging out of their mind. They were allergic to placement points, but boy, oh boy, if they were able to get into a fight, more than likely they were able to win it, especially if it was at the beginning of the match. And then they would end up with this quota that we started talking about for Puppeteers, where they ended up with, I think it was 4 eliminations, and then they would go out every single time, and it just became a thing for them. So for that team, I mean, whether they stay together or not, that's a big thing in NA, right? That we always notice. If they don't make it to the next big thing, they always separate.
Don't even get me started on that stuff.
I hope they stay together, and if they don't, I hope a team picks up Dong, because that was a quality player.
I think we all became fans of Dong, to be honest, with his intense play. Like, he was doing extremely well. You can see there, 37. And obviously not to discount Reckless with his 8 eliminations. We don't know how the inner workings of the team does go, but it does frustrate me to hear you talk about, like, if the team will stay together, because it's
true.
it sucks, right? Because, like, you can't become better as a region if you're constantly changing players around, and you constantly have, like, ego fights between people, and you just can't settle on a roster that can just stick together and really grind it out. Like, you look at, like, I guess they're technically not Na'Vi anymore over in EU, but they, like, have been together as a team for since Kitsune came back from NA leaving Cloud9, and that was like 2 years ago. And you just have to grind it out. You can't keep doing this if you want to be able to make a splash on a global scale. And I do wonder when that day will come, when an NA team, or if we'll ever see an NA team take the title at PMGC.
I'm not going to answer that question just yet, all right? for Puppeteer, I'm not going to put my spot on that one. For Puppeteers, I would like that they work more on their end game. And just, they're actually not even their end game, their mid game of how they're do the rotations or what they're going to be able to do, whether they're going to decide to engage or not. because this team showed, as I said once again, that they can frag out, especially if they put Dong in the right place to be able to frag out. If they can just narrow down those little things, I feel like this team can definitely make it to Americas, can definitely make it to other tournaments that are a little bit higher, and they can get a little bit more experience. Overall, this is a great tournament out of this team. Yes, they do end up falling short of Americas, but I do kind of want to give them a standing ovation because they were that team that surprised me a lot even from week 1, and that they actually kept improving every single week.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've definitely proven to be a strong team. And they were also just like the Panthers, right? They were just heavy eliminations, low placements, and it seems when it comes to the finals, it really worked out for them. But yeah, I don't know what's the next step for Puppeteers. I don't know what's the next step for a lot of these teams. I think the unfortunate tradition when it comes to NA, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, is like you play in PMPL. If you don't go to the next stage and the team's most likely to disband, you sell the spot, and that's it. Like, you don't try to work on it. You don't try to like figure out what went right, what went wrong, and try to improve as a team. And you just kind of call it there. And I don't know. I think maybe there's sometimes a lack of work ethic when it comes to NA in esports in general, not just PUBG Mobile, to be perfectly fair.
No, that is pretty much what happens here in NA. That teams just end up splitting. It's a known thing, and I'm glad that you mentioned like Navia, right? Those players that even after they still stay together regardless of what happens, and they actually keep adding players here and there to just keep improving their squad. I mean, not even that in EU. I'm thinking about other squads too. I'm thinking of Brazil. If we go to Alpha 7 has stayed together now for I feel like what it was 2 years ever since Carrillo decided to leave Loops Esports. That team has been consistent, and they continue to add players. They continue to at least keep on building that same squad. And I mean, we saw what they were able to do, and I'm hoping that's something that NA starts doing. Doesn't just sell the spot, doesn't just move to other regions, hopefully. Unless the money's right, then definitely move to other regions. Coops, Xenox, congratulations on the bag. But I'm hoping that they definitely start staying a little bit more together, a little bit longer, and keep on working at it.
Yeah, man. One day, NA's got to rise up. I don't know when that day is going to be. I mean, the problem... Actually, what I'm really curious about is, like... and I know we're kind of, like, podcasting right now, but there's a good reason for it. Don't worry.
There is.
Is, like, these regional clashes, right? We got to see some happen last year with, like, Southeast Asia. And was it Southeast Asia and China that happened, I believe? And that was... Yeah, it was. Yeah, for sure. It was the PEL teams up against the Southeast Asia teams. I would love to see more regional clashes because I feel like that's when you get the most experience as a player, and you really level up your gameplay because you learn so much from other regions, then you take that back to your region, and then you help everyone else get better. I'm really hoping we have some like really sick regional clashes happening this year.
I would like to see some more of that East versus West stuff that we used to do in the past. I want to see what America's got against EU. Maybe throw America's against Africa. I would like to see some more of those regions. I want to see how those teams stack up against each other before we go to like the biggest tournament, right? PMGC.
Give me like Turkey. Oh, I don't know. There's so many good regions like Turkey, Middle East. I mean, I guess that's Middle East Africa region. EU, NA, like Brazil. I mean, there's too many. There's too many potentials. too many opportunities.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm hearing that we actually have to give an update here about who our champion of PMPL is. That's the reason why we've been stalling here. We've been talking random stuff because there has been some stuff happening behind the scene. And we do have an update for you guys. Hopefully not everyone left after they saw the champion was to see what the top 5 teams were. So why don't we take a look actually at who our new champions are, and then we can see if we can get confirmation to say exactly why it worked out to be this way.
Oh, YKG ended up winning. Okay. This is a turn of events after we were just so shocked there with the Panthers. Turns out YKG is actually going to be the champions. And you know what? We've been hyping up this team. We just talked about it for a very long time. If there was if there was somebody that was going to represent us as the champions and it's not Panthers, I hope that it is going to be YKG.
I mean, you kind of got right? You got saved there at the end because you said either YKG or NHyper were going to be the team to win. And then we saw Panthers come up, but we do have something going on that currently YKG is now the official winner here of PMPL.
It is, and I mean, it's a... Okay, let me think about this now. How do you... If you're YKG, right? I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of YKG, especially for Joey. Joey's been grinding. Joey's been really working hard towards being able to get to this spot. Now you are the champions of NA. How are you going to be reacting when you go to Americas? How is your gameplay going to be changing? Your strats are going to be changing, or are you just going to keep on doing the same thing that you were doing, even though it might have been a technicality of why you become champions?
Yeah, you know what? I don't really have confirmation to say this, but I kind of want to because it's really awkward just to say they're champions
like
and
we
not
should.
say exactly why, you know? So I might get in trouble for this, but I'm probably just going to make the executive decision and go for it.
Yep.
Unless production's like, no, don't. Okay, I got confirmation I can say it. Okay. So the reason that YKG are now the champions is because a player from the Panthers turned off their anti-cheat software during match 6. And this wasn't the first time they've done that. So they had to penalize the team by removing that player's elimination points and the team's placement points. So from what I can understand, I don't want to cause a witch hunt. Maybe I shouldn't say what I'm thinking now that I realize like the implications of it. But yes, so they lost their 10 points from placements and they lost some elimination points. So they ended up, I'm not going to say how many points they got because I don't want there to be a witch hunt. But yes, that does mean now, if I can see the rankings correctly on my screen.
Yeah, can we see the rankings?
That YKG finished first at 165, and Hyper finished second, Dope Slayers finished third, The Chosen finished fourth, and guess who finished fifth, Seven?
Puppeteers?
The Panthers still finished fifth, so they still get to go into regionals. But we did have a switch up, and again, I apologize for the delay here, but we've been kind of filling because there was stuff happening behind the scenes and trying to confirm all this information. But that's it. Unfortunately, the Panthers, they go from first to fifth, but they still make it into regionals, and YKG get themselves the Kings of NA title.
What a roller coaster of emotions, huh, man? Holy cow. The Panthers go from 6th place to now you're champions, to now one of your players disconnected from the anti-cheat system, so we're going to have to deduct points, and now you're just barely able to make it to Americas. Wow.
I mean, to give you context of how
talk
close
about
it
a
was,
final day, huh?
It
Talk
was
about a final day.
like a 4-point difference between Panthers and Puppeteers.
Oh, that's even more heartbreaking.
Yeah, it could have been Dong in the regionals. But you know what? Either way, what's done is done. If you guys are curious with more information, I'm sure there'll be a post to kind of clarify everything for you guys. But one thing I can say is we all appreciate you guys watching, sticking around for this as well. But I have to give a shout out to, obviously, Seven here for joining me on the desk. I got to give a shout out to Monica, who had to join me before. I said had to because sometimes it's not fun working with me. I got to give a shout out to Cameron Davis as well, who was on the show in week 1 and week 2. You got Hot Juice, you got Zute, you got Mustache Dave, all bringing you the action these last 4 weeks. And of course, a big shout out here to our production crew, because you guys don't realize the production crew is not NA. They're over in Europe, which means they're 6 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, which means it's like 6 a.m. there, and they've been doing this for the last 4 weeks. So major shout out to them for putting on such a phenomenal show. And once again, major shout out to all of you guys for making the show enjoyable, for watching it, for being here, for rooting on your teams. But Seven, any chance for some last words for you before we do sign off?
I'm shocked. I got no words, brother. I already said everything I wanted to say.
I'm out of words as well, but you know what? I won't be out of words, and you won't be out of words, at least hopefully, when it comes to regionals kicking off here in just a few weeks' time. Remember, we have the best from NA, the best from Latin America, and the best from Brazil to compete head-to-head, and we'll see how things will wind out when that does kick off. So again, for the last time here for the spring season, thank you again for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.
PUPPETEER.